Good morning, everyone. 1 second. Ding ding. Um, um, Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. All this. Is that everything? Okay, cool. So it's looking like an Opex. Not really. It's just looking like a weak Opex. Sorry, no, Discord's not muted. It's not on. There we go. That should be everything up and running. All right. How's everyone doing? Snatched defeat from the jaws of victory and fregged myself again. So not great. Fair. Yeah, feeling a bit better today. Big Daddy Jeff, welcome to Dillionaire, man. You're gonna have to hit me up after the stream, but I'll get you everything you need. I appreciate it, man. Just DM me on the Discord. Music is a bit low. Well, I'll turn it up a bit. Thank you. pre-market zillionaire, Zomps. Thank you, Zomps.
Yo.
Same for you. Hit me up. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Thank you so much. All the color has turned to your face.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Is BBY squeeze off the menu?
Not a cult.
Sorta.
It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Took 170% gains on my small spy put position. Thanks again for all you do. Thanks, man. Temperature's at like 101 this morning. It's a lot better. Sounds like this is about as much downs on the SPY as you expect for now. I think it can move lower over the course of this week. There's some economic news coming in, like macro data that might not be very positive. Rev broke 9. Whoa. Hold on. What's happening? Oh, shit. Well, I'm okay with that. Revlon Johnson's price target for Rev this run? I have no idea. We don't know how many how much like ETF exposure there is. Fubo down, buying opportunity for the long term. I picked up another like 2,000 shares this morning at $4. Like $3.99 and $4. I think I bought some on here also. I don't think you're banned, Rasma. I can see what you're saying. If Rev breaks 10, is it over? It's not over. It's broken 10 before, but volume starts to pick up a lot when it does. After an interesting week, I've realized 10k gains in 3 months, losing that all chasing BBBY as a Europor, now back to 1k. I've reevaluated my strategy. I should actually take my profits out of my account and not chase with it. That's probably not a bad idea. Especially if you're prone to throwing good money after bad. It's a really good idea. I've said this in the past, to limit the size of your trading account. And in periods of high profitability, you know, at least pull some of that out of the account and you know, kind of. Bob Smith is hyped on BBBY. Do you agree with what he's been saying? What's he been saying? Is he part of like the copium bandwagon? I didn't look at, oh, that's what I wanted to look at. I want to look at BBBY OI today for the $10 strike. Give me a second. That was something I wanted to check this morning because it's pretty important. Open interest 10. Where is he? Where's that little fucker? January. Ouch. Yeah, so OI on the $10 strike Friday dropped 15,000 contracts. Down, still really high at 21,000, but a lot of them sold off. Jesus. Yeah, 42.2% reduction in open interest. Not that it won't have Opex, not that 10 isn't strong anymore, but that's a big drop. So my spy puts have started off okay. Let's welcome everyone to the red zone. Please line up on your left for your free Tory Gherkin replica. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations. Yeah, D-Engineer. Welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you added. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
Is it true that you declined an invitation to do a podcast on the Joe Rogan Experience? I was not invited, Sage. Do you have any money left in BBY? Do you plan to go back in anytime soon? I still have 100 leaps at $5. That's the only position I have over there, but I still have that position. I might add a little more tomorrow if it starts looking spicier today. So party's part of the basket, but it's always been kind of weak and mostly seasonally affected. So it tends to do well from like late August into early October, which is a good time to make some money off of it, but it can be really, really hard to get rid of calls. And there's a lot of slippage on the shares. Bithead, Pretender to VWAP Pontiff, thank you for your weekly dollar cost average of Cornichon memberships. Cornichons, give Bithead a shout out for hooking you up. Thank you so much, man. And welcome aboard, guys.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest.
How can you justify holding a position like Rev when like now it's up a whole lot? Because I have like price targets and a plan. No, it wasn't mostly RC. It was mostly retail at the $80 strike. I'm legit sick to my stomach by the fact that I sold my Rev Leaps for Bobby. Any advice on tissue brands for tears? I find Carl's Beard to be softest and least abrasive when attempting to dry tears from losses secure. I know J Fresh was scouting them out last night pretty hard, so maybe if you get in touch with J Fresh, he can point you in the right direction. I'm pretty sure that's Christian Bale's body from that movie he did, but BBY credit rating just cut to CCC. Interesting. Picked up some Jimmy 35 calls for September, as well as some 50s just in case. What strikes are you looking at? I have a representation of like my whole Opex position right here. So I have 37 50s, 40s, 50s, and 65s. Once a year, the Fed goes to Jackson's Hole for their economic symposium. Um, you know, it's just a large scale boofing event involving all of the greatest economic minds. I don't even know who that is, VC. Wait, what happened? Some people were saying, why would I give a shit about what happens with AMC? They just diluted the fucking stock by creating 500 million warrants. I know, I heard Carl. Just so you know, his intentions with you are purely sexual. Any validity to the merger acquisition thesis on BBBY, or is that extreme copium? I mean, there's no validity to the thesis because there's no announcement about a merger. Right? So, I mean, could it happen? Sure, but it's pure speculation, right? Dang, rev nosedive. Yeah, with increased illiquidity comes increased volatility, both to the up and downside. You guys know this. Who's this Jackson person and why his hole in particular? You know, Jackson's hole is really popular among the rich and famous. I don't know why. I guess he's got a great hole. What's the realistic low IV for GME? Is there any chance to go sub 25, or do you expect it to stay in this 32 to 40 channel? I mean, it looks like we've tested the low side, I think, already. You know, we hit the gamma flip point on Friday. I don't think we're gonna hit the new low gamma flip point until we get up to that like one standard deviation point, up around like $42, $44. What do you anticipate for Rev as far as FTDs? FTDs for Revlon are pretty elevated today and tomorrow. Quite high. I believe the highest for this period. Today at 1.492 million FTDs. And then tomorrow at 1.53. remember that, you know, interest, especially retail interest in Revlon, is going to create more FTDs. So the more interest in Revlon, the more FTDs it will create. Isn't it Jackson Hole? Why do you keep saying Jacksons? Listen, it's really not very nice of you to dehumanize Jackson, okay? You get the Greeks on screen, sure. That'll definitely make you guys better traders. That was the ticket all along. What's Gamma Max on GME? It's right there. Creating my share of FTDs. I mean, yeah, right? That's how it works. Someone got censored. What? Okay. Did they not get censored? Thank you so much, someone. I appreciate that. Huh. You've got to pay the troll toll if you want to get in Jackson's hole. Also about to break 860. I know. Is Docu right now a risky entry? Yes. It is risky. Obviously you want to try to time the low. It looks like it's kind of seen it. It bounced. This isn't so bad. Yeah, this is decent. It fell a little below risk, but obviously if you haven't entered yet, that just presents like a better entry opportunity, right? How do you look for a Fubo to predict intraday runs besides Opex? What do you look for on Fubo besides Opex? How big and how often does it run? I don't. I bought the stock to hold it for like several years. Um, it used to run on Opex cycles very consistently. We'll see if that's something that's going to be picking up steam with renewed interest in the stock. I don't have like huge expectations for its current Opex period, but it may see some price improvement. Yeah, I think we might start to see some price movement on Fubo again for Opex. With, you know, there's a lot more institutional interest picking up in it, which should create more illiquidity. It's already got very, very high IV. Can you take a look at options below for today on Bobby to see if the Wall Street degens are doing things? I mean, I can't tell intraday. Or if it was all just talk. Your audio is great today, but we still can't hear the songs. Okay, I'll fix that. 1 second. Sorry, I, I had to go grab my coffee real quick. All right, so a user, I mean, I can't tell you too much intraday about what Wall Street Bets is like, how Wall Street Bets is positioning in regards to BBBY, but I can tell you that right now the order sentiment is super fucking negative. Wait, is this today? Yeah. Uh Shitloads of $10 calls and $11 calls sold off. Those shouldn't apply. Okay, well, that's weird. I don't know why. I feel like maybe that's not true. It's showing me the wrong report. Because it's saying negative 3 million delta, and that's just not even possible with as little volume as it's traded today. Everyone come see my seminars in Jackson's Hole. The first one will be pretty in-depth look on how to pick your very own dumpster. My second one in the afternoon will be about what? Who about the dangers of a bull mayo-less booth? It's going to be educational and great fun. How exciting. Yeah, I don't think that the market chameleon data is updated properly yet, so um it looks like it's just showing me data from Friday. Because there's no way that much is traded on Bobby today yet. Yeah, I think the like I can just show you guys the market chameleon data that it's showing me. But I think it's for the wrong date. Like it's showing way too much trade volume. It's showing like more hours than should be present. I'm not really sure why it's not updated yet, but it's definitely not updated yet. I guess I could check shift search. Shift search looks like just a lot of battle over $10 and $11 calls and puts, frankly. About 7 million in options traded so far. Mostly bullish. Mississippi International Airport waiting on our glorious leader Chair Pow to arrive. I'll update the chat when he lands in the shithole. That's what they mean by Jackson's Hole, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it looks like Ivy on GME is pumping up a bit. Why is Bobby on the screen? Well, it's moving up a tiny bit. Bullish that we broke through 10 and climbing. It's good. I mean, Bobby still has Opex potential, right? Does this mean that your $40 calls that you bought when we were trading at 30 are saved? No. No, it doesn't. But you might get another opportunity to get out of them. Fair enough. If it breaks 15, though, I can say definitively I'm probably not going to carry my leaps beyond Opex. Bobby is still on reg show as far as I'm aware. VIX at 21 right now? 23. Good opportunity to sell CCs on a $5 cost basis. Well, that's what I think I'm gonna do. Is if it hits. So I turned on margin on that account on Friday. So if it hits 15, I'm gonna sell $10 covered calls on the leaps, which should pay for the leaps, which I'm okay with. And then once they're free, I can just hold them or whatever and see what happens. For those interested, I will be selling my secret bull mayo. It's rich, creamy, and has a twinge of tang. It's perfect in sandwiches, salads, and of course in the boofer. What a lovely way to start the day, BMG. You can see all this and more at Jackson's Hole. Jackson's Hole. When you're here, your family. Beautifully put. Good rev entry, or would you wait to get leaps below $2? Ideally, I'd like them below $2. Preferably below $1. But I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. Sunny Vig, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, dude. Should I get some more rev shares this morning? PCO'd with the account I wanted to trade in, Merrill Edge. Really? Like they PCO'd share buying on Merrill? Didn't Merrill just buy like a shitload of Revlon? You entered Jimmy options yet? Yes. I want my Dillionaire chant. Fine. Thank you so much, Ryan Kuhn.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
You think BBY has the potential to gamma squeeze again? No.
Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't
What's
no
really
coke.
funny is they directly, like, I was reading the Fed stress tests, last night for the banks, and they're testing the banks for a recession while trying to change the public definition of what a recession is, which I think is hysterical. They're like, yeah, it looks like the banks can survive a recessionary period. Is it dumb that I'm more excited to sell a CC on GME than the potential Opex run that I have options for? Absolutely not. There's nothing better than capitalizing off of IV and then selling it to someone else. I'm pretty good at marketing. I only directly stole one part of that ad, and it was in a satirical way. So I'm pretty sure we can use it. Seems fine. Even if Baby gets spun off, Bobby wouldn't squeeze. Why would Bobby squeeze if the most valuable part of Bobby got sold off? Sometimes I go to the BBY channel and I feel like I'm the only person living in reality. It's like a fantasy land. It's like going to Six Flags or something. Well, that's the thing is the banks aren't buying equities, right? So banks should be buying equities during this period, but instead, because the like reverse repo rates are so good, they're just pumping all their money into RRP every night. It's like, and so the Fed doesn't want to dump their balance sheet because there's no fucking buyers. The mini bearish posts after hours and weekends and FUD has never been more intense on the StockTwits platform. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Why would you be on any platform called StockTwits? Do you think you're fucking getting the edge on the market in a place like that? You're not. I hope you're paying for it. Somehow I found myself like 20 to 40% on all the options I bought and sold last week. Are we pretty confident that we'll see decent Opex movement? At what point do you choose the bird in the hand? You know, it's a good question. You simply get exposure to the window. If you want to take profit off of the IV bump, you can. But generally the IV bump happens for a reason. We can hear you, you know. I know. How's Jimmy looking now for Opex? Fine. It's Monday. T+2's tomorrow, so I think it looks fine though. Once I saw all the Bobby conspiracies on Wall Street bets, I knew it was time to plan an exit. Cute Chihuahua PTSD meme from GME. Yeah. Once people start making up fake reasons to hold on to the stock they have, that's when I'm out. Federal Reserve same like unregulated active participant with infinite margin? Yes. That is correct, Dunstan. Do you think you'll ever see a stock being consistently traded at over $1 billion in your lifetime? No. It's free and you get what you pay for. Yeah, it sounds like it. Can you explain the best way to utilize SQQQ? You buy it before you think Nasdaq's gonna drop like a brick. GME 50 916s. That's what I have. I mean, they're up a bit. Ivy's not really crushing relative to price action. I don't know how good of a buy they are anymore. Like, I probably wouldn't have bought them if they were trading at 180. Is Reg Show not a good enough reason to hold Bobby? No. Not with the amount of volume it's trading. It's trading so much volume, they're clearing shitloads of FTDs. If it holds into the forced settlement period, that's really bullish. But if it doesn't, like if it gets cleared off of Reg Show before then they get to shift their locates again, which is just like it can be like another 30-35 days. And with the like Bobby's really, really liquid. It always has been. Um it can be a problem. When in September do you expect contracts are in because the GME split come due? Thanks. For forward contracts written to the ETFs, it would be the futures expiration. So after September 16th, cash settlement period of like 3 days. So it's Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday the following week. Amazon dead? I mean, it should be dropping, right? Everything else is. Spies at 1550. Amazon getting hit a little harder than most. Yeah. Fucking Christ. I'm not. Dude, if this drops to 110, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off. You gotta do me like this. When Revlon hitting 1500? Never? How are your puts on I don't have any puts on BBBY. The only position I have there is $5 calls for January. This channel probably has on average the highest education level of all financial YouTube channels. Yet we talk more about dumb things like boofing, pickles, and popcorn trader. We do. We spend a lot of time on those are the abstract elements of the market can't be ignored. I totally get finding out all the possibilities. Like what I sent you the other day was pure speculation. But when people turn speculation into fact, it scares me. Yeah, that's called delusion. Well, no, generally 3x ETFs are a riskier way to play the downside, and are better for a shorter term holding period. You really don't want to hold those for very long because they're depreciating assets. And then the options on them depreciate even faster, right? Would you sell GME CCs when you're expecting a run? I would sell GME CCs at the end of a run. Let's be honest, you're a stock god and you know it'll close at 109.82. You just want to maximize your profits without telling us you love Amazon. Shut up. How do you judge whether or not an options price is within your price range? What? hold on. How do you judge whether or not an option's price is within your price range? Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I guess I would have an amount of money that I wanted to spend on an option, and if the option was under that amount of money, then it would be within my price range. I feel like you mean something else, but the lack of clarity in that sentence makes me unsure. The only pie fight to talk or not talk about a stock is if the issues surrounding them are black and white. You can't be a good trader if you require absolutes. That's true, actually. You can Pete Flutie, you can offset it by selling calls against your positions too. But most of the people here are going to be playing options on it, which means you're adding theta decay on top of the decay of the fund itself. I'm still holding a November 27p from the run up, but I can't trade or exercise it because the IV of the weekly puts is still double of the November day. Should I just wait until everything calms down? I guess so. SPY September 400p is down 15% after being down 70%. Plans to get up by Wednesday. You think we see drops into the end of the week with the data coming out? It's very possible. Any plan with the bond auctions at 11? It may not have a huge effect on equities. Could we please start a rumor and spread it all over Reddit that Bobby is issuing a crypto dividend tomorrow? That would be hilarious. No, it's not hilarious. That's mean. Web volume pumped for early morning FTD clearing. Over 2 million volume already for the supposed 1.5 million FTDs today. Yeah, I don't think using the amount of FTDs is a good like a good indicator for the amount of volume we'll see in a day. First of all, I don't think the FTD data we get is accurate at all. I think it's only a representation of the amount of FTDs actually do. Many FTDs are not reported at the end of the day. In addition to that, no, because the fail to volume ratio is like above 30%, 40%, right? So, you know, for every unit of volume traded, 0.4 units of volume fail. I can already foresee the biggest problem with Revlon is that people won't want to wait on it. And it could take time for the FTDs to spin up enough that it causes a big problem. What do you want for this week's order of ice cream sandwiches? Anything in particular? No, I picked up some novelties over the weekend that I'm looking to try out though. Do you like Weber? The people who make disposable grills? They're okay. I'm sure their post-summer earnings will be alright. I bought Bobby at 25. I'm so sorry, Danorama. Were you not in here for the 3 months that we were all buying it at $5? Or did you just not believe in it at $5? When will you sell your Fubo 550 916 with no run up? After Wednesday. How much time for Rev TDs? What do you mean? Revlon FTDs are really high today and tomorrow. And then we'll see if there's any Opex obligations due, obviously, tomorrow and Wednesday. Fun fact, my girlfriend is also allergic to fruit, but only when they're not cooked. That's the same as me. I can eat cooked fruit. Which is like a weird thing to say. I understand that, but yeah. So if I understand correctly, you sell CSPs at the beginning of a run, buy calls at the end of the run. No. You would sell CSPs at the beginning and buy calls simultaneously. Then you would sell CCs at the top and sell the calls while buying puts. Why do you say disposable grills? Because that's what you like use them and then you throw them out, right? Hey Greg, first time listener, long time caller. When can you expect your ape DD? I'm really looking forward to it. Keep up the inspirational work. Bless your heart. Wait, hold on, I'll do it right now. Adam Aaron successfully diluted the float of his company by double without approval of the shareholders. Congratulations, bag holders. You did it. You really put the squeeze on the shorts by issuing 500 million warrants. Great job. So are my Tesla calls fuck or not yet, but soon? Why are you still playing Tesla? Didn't we have an intervention? Tesla splits in like 2 days. Can you block JFresh from entering the Rev channel? I don't want him to ruin our chances at a run. He's already in there. SPY is breaking its last large gamma support. That doesn't seem like an accurate statement. First of all, the SPY just tracks the index. But no. 415, there's plenty of call side support between 415 and 410. I would say that they're pretty even in this expiration range, or like in this range, like this price range. But it should be fairly stable. 410's a really strong support too. Welp, that was a good Opex run. You know it doesn't usually start until tomorrow, right? Paris? If 5 years of use, 7 if you get the cover every 2 years. That sounds like FUD. What's the maximum I would expect? No more than 10% above gamma max. 10 or 12% above gamma max. But yeah, if we break gamma max, that's a whole nother story, right? I call them weekend girls because you use them for like a weekend and then throw them out. Yeah, right? Sir, sorry man, I gotta update you on Weber. I got a Weber Smoky Mountain Grill I've had and used for 15 years. Like any goods, they can last with some care. Aren't you a pigeon whale? What are you doing keeping the same grill for 15 years? Bithead. Bro. What do you clean it? Ugh. This is the most disappointed I've ever been in a pigeon whale. I don't know how to react to this statement. That was a sweet Opex. Yeah, it hasn't even started yet. This is my favorite part of Opex. Like the 2 days into Opex, everyone's like, ah, shit, Opex is over. Every time. It's fucking, today's T+1. Calm your tits. IV's still a little elevated, but you can get some decent entries. Rev chart looking bullish or nah? It looks pretty good. It's like holding like 930, which is a nice price point. Yeah, I still have my long dated calls on it and my shares. Any Greeks on Revlon? No. They don't matter anyway. An excessive amount of coffee now. Some guy in Discord in a bear suit said Opex was over. Don't listen to him. This goes back to the whole combo we had about how when chat sees a red candle, their play is dead. But when they see a green candle, it's full bull, full port, and they're a genius. I'm aware. But, you know, also it's the most sensitive of indicators. It's because the market is dying, so that's why I have spy puts. Are you guys running around without spy puts? Embarrassing. Then they look at your gains and FOMO at the top and it crashes and then it's your fault. Exactly. Perhaps it's the blessing of Lady VWAP that cleans my grill and prevents rust. You've not seen such blessings, obviously. It's the pontiff destiny desired by few, granted to one. Waves grandly. Beautifully spoken. I didn't realize Lady VWAP was stopping by and cleaning your grill. That changes everything. I have no insight, knowledge, or anything remotely intelligent to say. However, I feel like I should share my opinion on Opex. Stay tuned. I mean, you absolutely should. Everyone's waiting in anticipation, so don't tease. Price target for Fubo, near term or long term? Near term, I don't really have one. If it runs for Opex, cool. Long term, I think like over the next like 6 months to a year, $12, maybe 15. Right now it's trading like at book value, so isn't IV on Fubo like super fucking high? Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, sure, relatively covered calls weren't really worth it, but they're worth quite a bit if you consider how cheap the stock is. Like a buy right at 25 DTE nets you fucking almost 10%, like 9%. You guys, you've gotten too greedy. I'll be sus bussin' all up over Rev's bussin', but sus bus, you feel? FR. Fubo CCs are just rookie mistake concerning Opex allowed me my GME CC to get exercised Friday. Did not expect that end of day push. So now CSP at 36 to either make some premium or get my shares back. You might not get assigned on it. Just so you know. Gherkin, good to see you're feeling better. If Rev squeezes, when is it most likely? Before or after the October delisting hearing? I mean, I don't think it's going to get delisted. Spy puts are like condoms, something, and lose them at the end. I admit, I attempt to keep this family friendly is destroying my analogy. It really is. But yes, spy puts and condoms. I get it. I get where you're going for. Would it not be a good time to average down these Bobby CC $80 calls I bought after the dip? Are you just trying to play like an IV spike? IV's already at like 250 on Bobby. It doesn't have a lot of upside room. I'm just running around with VIX calls. Okay, that's actually the best. Don't pretend to be entitled to financial compensation if you or a loved one hasn't even been diagnosed with mesothelioma. Well put, John Wilkes Booth. And also a shout out to those who have had to work with hazardous materials like asbestos. I don't know anybody who has, but they had it in my high school, I think. So maybe I'll get who do I contact in the event that I do have mesothelioma? I don't know if SPY puts just UVXY and VXX, which are pitifully underperforming. Fair enough. VIX is up like $3 today. So they shouldn't be underperforming that much. I'm convinced that Carl and Bithead are not actual people. They're just vibes at this point. They represent what the channel is. Degeneracy and flexing. Yeah. To an extent. Yeah, they've become the essence of what we're about here. Are VIX calls or SPY puts more efficient than the other? SPY puts are more efficient than VIX calls, generally speaking. Unless there's a large spike in the VIX, which is a little more rare. $4 CSVs for Fubo, nice right now. I think puts are a little underpriced, so they're not super worth it, but they're okay. And if you were to get a fill, you'd be buying at like $375, which isn't terrible. It's a good price. How are your V puts? Fine. Right? Visa's not doing anything weird, is it? No. Yeah, they're good. Visa dropped below 210. Looks like it's heading down more. Nice entry opportunity at open, too. If anyone took advantage of that. That's a buy right? I'm talking about just straight selling calls. Like naked? VPIC was a great play. Sold this morning for 25 to 35%. Was hesitant to Zillionaire, but the chat in your picks insight has improved my trading and patience for entry considerably. Thank you, Girk. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. If Rev closes above 10 today, that'd be very, very bullish. I think the entire float's in the money at $10. I didn't realize I pronounced asbestos with an E at the end. Updated thoughts on T-Doc. Are you still in it? It doesn't, I mean, like, this isn't a bad entry price. There's some pretty serious, like, support at like 32 to 31. The idea was to close it when it hit the price target, not to carry it all the way back to the risk level. You talking about short puts on Fubo? Yeah, that's what we were discussing. Like $4 short put or CSPs. You think Bob will actually get delisted? I have no idea. In a sea of red tickers, rev up 10%, now over 500 million MC. Could this be the day that Rev catches wider retail attention? Who knows? Who cares? Why buy September 2nd calls? Why not? Thanks, William Smith. No one's ever told me I was the bee's knees before, and I can now check that off my bucket list. Can you explain how you use EMA indicators? Who said I did? I just use them as like floating support and resistance lines. There's really not a lot more to it. You expect most covering today or tomorrow? Usually it occurs tomorrow. Sometimes, rarely, it occurs on Wednesday. My concern about Rev is that financial media keeps promoting it as a likely squeeze candidate. That's usually not good. Really? I haven't seen anything positive written about it yet. You know, at one time, financial media proposed that GameStop was a squeeze play. And then it was. I'm so embarrassed that you all saw me boof that BBBY share. I'll be more discreet next time. Thank you. Does anyone know the actual free float? No. I mean, I would assume that the Revlon investors page is correct, right? Because they would be liable for lying about the size of their float. If you're looking to sell some CSPs on GME, would you wait for the buyer? Sorry, to see if Opex is going to happen or to try to make some extra theta? I'd probably just sell below the lower trend line, like sub $32. I haven't sold any yet today, but I'm thinking about it. I don't have a position in Bobby, but if GME acquired Baby, what would you expect to happen with the GME price in the short and long term? I would expect the price of GME to drop drastically if it was an equity offer, because that would be liquidation, right? Is this an okay entry on Rev shares? It's a bit high. Have we ever really run on Monday for Opex? I don't think so. Usually it's always Tuesday. Sometimes Monday will be like green, but just a little bit. There's a few occasions where we've run on Wednesday, right? But like in May, we ran on the 25th, which was Wednesday. So yeah, May ran on Wednesday. And then March ran on the 21st, which was Tuesday, I believe. No, March started moving on Monday, but it didn't move a lot. It went from 21 to 24. The prices were different back then, but and then Tuesday it went from 21 to fuck, what is that? Like 31? So up. Actually, yeah, Monday was only up 0.06%. That can't be right. Is this the daily? Why is it saying that? That sounds like bullshit. Oh, that's million volume. Okay. Interesting. November, I know we ran on Friday, Monday, Tuesday. August was Tuesday. Yeah, so Monday's usually like a little bit up, but not like heavy volume. And then it was, yeah, the big run was on the 25th, which was also, yeah, that was also Tuesday. Yeah, it's pretty much always Tuesday. There's a couple Wednesdays, like May this year was Wednesday. February last year was Wednesday. We'll see. We'd have to move up 4% for today to end green, though, which is kind of a long shot. How about cat's pajamas? I've definitely been called the cat's pajamas before. What dates and strikes are your farther dated rev calls? Oh, they're January 2023 $35 calls. All of them. If I only have enough disposable shares to sell a covered call, is it best to sell out of the money weeklies or just above my cost basis? Generally, best way to sell a CC best to wait to sell a CC until near the end of NOPEX. It's best to sell them at the top of OPEX or NOPEX. So whatever the peak is for the price action, it's ideally the best place to sell them. Thanks, XYZ. If we have no negative MM hedge, then what is to be covered? Hold on, sorry. This just like gapped down really hard. Where did it go? Isn't that what encapsulated? What's encapsulated in GAX? Yes. And we do actually. We had negative GAX on Friday. We may have negative GAX today as well. So at least 1, maybe 2 days of negative gex going into the Opex period. But it's only part of what's covered on Opex. If you go read the DD I wrote, like wiking off for Opex, I explained the other things that are due during Opex as well, like ETF obligations. Dork, Gaff, and the Cat are all bullish on Rev, and it's really the only thing that makes you concerned about its potential. Like, the nerds agree on shit? Otterish. Interesting. Yeah, I could agree with that. It's scary when everyone's bullish. Intel has Rev as the #1 gamma squeeze potential. Makes sense. So I'm going to DC into Fubo over the next few months. She finally moves north, has volume, we ride, and then eventually write CCs. Is this the way? It's at least the plan. Juan Rev San Luis Cortez saved El Porto. Gracias, El Gurko. Thank you so much, Girk's Ice Cream Danwich. I remember reading the Jimmy Short Squeeze Play article on Seeking Alpha back in 2021. It was written in June 2020. So there's something to be said about that. Yeah. Yeah, still bullish on Revlon, JC. Thanks for asking. Take a look at rev calls. You could sell a $35 Jan 2023 CC and make $225 a contract. That's the IV we want for covered calls. That's fair. What's a Fubo fucking Jan 2023 35C? It's not as much. It's not as much at all. The delta is very low. 0.1. Also, why the fuck are you selling Leap covered calls? I think that's the better question. You like selling that slow theta? Like molasses? What's your Opex price target for Revlon? I don't have one. Carl, I'll bring the spy pits. Knuckleballer. Freg's Day Monday plus 8%. Oh, yeah. November? That's because we started running on Friday. Does OPEX usually coincide with higher market volatility? What I'm trying to ask is, will my UVXY calls print harder tomorrow? Not necessarily. There's some correlation. Like, usually volatility moves up during OPEX, but not a lot. What about all the OPEXs that didn't run? There aren't many of those, frankly. There's OPEXs where people didn't make money. but that's not because it didn't run. Did the PMI flash data come in? Yeah, at 9:45. Yeah, it's pretty normal for different brokerages to have different data. I found that TA requires you to subscribe to the traditional definitions of geometry and which direction is up and down. This makes TAs worthless for an advanced trader like me. That's true. When you're only buying the very top of the chain at the closest expiration, TA is kind of irrelevant. The peak of IV and the peak of price action are usually kind of the same spot, dork. I mean, maybe a couple candles off, but pretty close. Yep, you pretty much described the two options, Wessel's creations. If Jimmy falls below gamma neutral, what's the next support? Delta neutral? What point do you think Rev's synthetic long positions start to trade closer to the stock price? If it starts to run and they start pricing calls up. SPXX calls are ripping, took profits, but what's the best strategy on remaining SPXS September 16 $20 calls? Let them run or roll up and out? I mean, you could just let them run and follow with like a stop. See how far the trend takes you. Fubo Jan 2023, 35C, 180% IV. There you go. I know. Chasing spy puts now pretty dumb. No, just requires kind of a reposition. I'd probably wait for some kind of bounce. You want me to send you a pasta recipe? Sure. Fubo 5C Jan 2024 better than 2023, or does going further out allow for higher strikes? Yeah, the 24s I have are like $10 strike. Spy 415p 916 picked up 2 weeks ago. Killing it right now. Fuck yeah, man. Nice. Do you see the spy bouncing today? Mm. Mm. Hold on, I'm just looking at the chart here. Down this morning. 1 hour. There's pretty strong support at 413.82. So I would say if it's gonna find some support and turn around, it'll turn around there and maybe retest like 417 to the upside. Yeah. But it could keep falling to 410 before it bounces. But there is resistance at 413.82. So pay attention to it. Why do I throw out all rationale and not trade what is in front of me when it comes to GME and Opex? Well, Opex runs are kind of sudden and unexpected. What do you think you should be trading on GME right now? My previous 60% down QQQ puts for September are now green. Let's go. Fuck yeah, man. Does Rev usually run on Opex? No. It doesn't. It did before. Like it ran with GME in 2021. It had some correlation with like the June and November periods as well. Check Discord DMs. You're welcome. Wait, where is it? Oh. 20% off your entire net worth. Oh, that's just mean. I tried watching Trey Trays to see if they're having a meltdown. Dude looks and sounds like a tweaker. Yeah. Sold BBY calls before it hit 13. I rolled that all into UVXY and SPXS. My body is ready. Fair enough. I viewed 227% on Rev Jan 35 leaps. Still okay to jump in? I mean, they're expensive. But they haven't really gone down much. You might be able to get them in like the 180 range. Staying patient, waiting for whatever Opex brings to sell some GME CCs. What is a better target date? August 26th or September 2nd? For selling them? Probably like September, what, 9th? If we get it, especially if we get a run, like September 9th would probably be the best time period to sell them in to maximize like theta. Or September 2nd, I guess, depending on how much pressure there is. Is it weird that disclosing RC's intent to sell BBBY and then confirming his actual sale of his position was staggered? No, that's standard. The position was closed by the time his intent was disclosed. No? No. The intent was disclosed on 8/16, which was the day he began closing his position. I just want to give you an updated on my AMC puts since I know that you are still worried about me. I'm 65% at the moment. This alternate options chain really made them illiquid. Also, if you're looking for a SPY bounce, it's happening now. Did it bounce off 413.86? That's all I care about. For 1434. I mean, I drew a line there, but I don't like that one as much. All right. Whatever. I guess I'll take it. I think I figured out the stock market. Cool. People who thought Ape was bullish are the same like people who thought selling GME would still net them the dividend to double dip. Yeah. Do you typically utilize business filings and documents to make thesis on business value? Would you recommend any non-financial reporting news to read? I do use like 10Qs and 8Ks. I look into like the SEC filings a lot of the times to determine like valuation. Would you recommend any non-financial reporting news? There actually used to be this. I don't know if it's still around. I stopped following it a while back, but there was this blogger I used to follow who went like pretty deep into like digging into like supplier information and stuff. I might be able to find his like website again. If I do, I'll DM me and I'll try to share it with you. The problem was it was only for stocks like he was looking at, so it kind of didn't generally help me very often. I don't know why Cohen sold. Unless he tells us, we'll never know. So why bother speculating on it? The fact of the matter is he sold, right? The price went up above his cost basis and he sold his position. Does Jimmy have a history of an IV spike before a NOPEX? Yes. Not NOPEX as much as OPEX, but yes, both. You know, NOPEXs are usually followed by an increase in price as well. I think figured out the stock market too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a market where people can buy and sell stock of companies. Yes, you've nailed it. Shit. Awkward. Usually your live stream is on the homepage. The last few streams I've had to search for you. Weird. I don't know. Advice on trading while sick. I made some bad trades last week and I'm blaming it on that. I was sick last week and I was up on everything. So I don't think that's sure. You know what? Fine. I did buy a lot of Fubo calls for 550, so I'll give it to you. Probably like shadow banned again or something. There's a lot of talk on BBY keeping RC's profits because he was an insider and sold within a certain time frame. Do you think that's true? It's up for debate. And no, they don't just keep his profits automatically. They would have to file a suit against him and sue him for the profits. That's not how that works. Like the short swing rule, it's not an automatic thing. What's the Fubo timeline? 6 months to a year? Anyone here have that moment where options and their Greeks finally click and you fully understand your awful mistakes over the past 8 months? Yeah, I think several people here have had that moment. How likely do you see Jimmy running tomorrow or Wednesday? I think there's a pretty good chance. That moment seemed like post put clarity. Picked up 60 Bobby at $10. Good entry. That's like, do I think Bobby's worth $10 a share? No. The state of the BBBY channel right now. Seems accurate. Fubo is cheaper and more profitable than BBBY. I'm aware. That sounds about right, Strat9. And the money options ever get exercised intraday? No. And I had a lot of money in BBBY. Yeah. I know. It's tough. When RC bought in and when it went down, you said it was worth $20 fundamentally. Were you wrong, or do you think the fundamentals have gotten that much worse? I mean, that was before their two worst earning reports in the history of the company, right, Peter? Like when RC bought in, like on paper they didn't look that bad, but then the next earnings report and the following one were significantly worse. Tesla dead. It broke 870. Wasn't it down at like 860 this morning? Yeah, it hit 858 this morning. It's actually kind of starting to look like it found a floor. If I were to do anything with Tesla right now, I'd probably go a little long. But not for very long. Isn't the split active on Tuesday? Or no, Wednesday? The split's active Wednesday, right? That's its effective date. One of these days where I'm glad I found you and that I exited my AMC position thanks to you. Congratulations. When will you start looking past the Jan 23 date for longer dated plays? Not for a while, probably. I mean, I have like Fubo stuff for 24. I'm fully on board with the Dragonfly buying Bye Bye Baby theory. Yeah, that's not going to improve the price of fucking BBBY stock, though. This is what I would get. Why do people think that the sale of that asset is going to improve BBBY's condition? It's its like most profitable like division, and they're gonna sell it off and somehow be worth more. I think people that are bullish on that are forgetting that like without baby, BBBY is a steaming pile of dog shit. Like it's such a bad company. Yeah, all of that cash will immediately go to their debtors. And they won't get a ton, they'll get some. What shorts? But now there's now we think there's like a lot of shorts. It helps it, but it does. I mean, their sales are garbage. BBBY needs to overhaul their entire business. It's fucking terrible. So clearing their debt helps, like it helps them stabilize their business, but the money they make is not good. They're not like their sales are down, revenues are down, margins are shrinking. It cracks me up that people are saying Bobby's over 100% shorted. Oh Jesus Christ, that's becoming a thing. Now we're making up short positions. Oh fucking Christ. I just can't. Wait, what shorts? Didn't the shorts capitulate when the short wall was smashed by the Kool-Aid Man? Yeah. I don't think people understand how short interest works. Like, I really don't. I think Citron Research might have been right on that, just that one part of their statement. That like retail really does not understand the way short interest works. Blame Citadel. Clearly their fault. It doesn't sound. You don't sound like. You doesn't sound like you have leaps, but I'm not enthusiastic about the business either. But I have shares, so I mean I have leaps. They're in the money for now, so I'll keep them. But just because short interest spikes during a period of like high volume and high FOMO, it doesn't mean it's gonna stay there. They're gonna clear most of that shit within 2 days. It's not like a permanent long short position, right? It's temporary. It's synthetic. What was the last NASDAQ report for short interest on Bobby? I'll just look. Uh, Short interest as a percentage of the float as of 7/29 was 41%. 41.8. I would say the next report, you're going to see that number drop. The truth is that none of the information about short interest or other market mechanics that aren't basic economic principles aren't widely known, and the information isn't easily attainable. It's not. Your thesis changed, then walked us through that. Then walk us through that? Yeah, fucking Cohen sold. All the pressure on the stock got dumped. What, I mean, is there something about that that's like not obvious? Okay, that's low according to you? I mean, it's relatively the same as it's been for like the last year. Also, most of that short interest is at like $30. How the fuck would Yahoo Finance have better access than the official NASDAQ report to short interest? RC is making a move out of Icon's playbook. Oh, like the eBay, PayPal thing that Icon did? Sure. It's possible, but unless there's an announcement, right? It's just hopium. I was bullish on Bobby. I made money on it. That's like the end of it, right? Like people are like now trying to convince themselves to stay in the play because they're underwater, and that's just nonsense. I have $5 leaps. So yeah, I still have a position on Bobby. Everyone should be holding their bags with me. Yeah. That's what I see a lot of. It's not that I have a problem with it or that there's not, obligations due with Reg Show and Opex and things like that. There are, right? But like this idea that there's some kind of like conspiracy going on behind the scenes and RC didn't just sell the fuck out because the company's dying seems ridiculous to me. We learn more about their playbook every single OPEX, but in reality, they always have an advantage over retail. It's simple, they have access, mechanics, and every tool that retail doesn't. Sure. But we have something that they can't, they can't necessarily predict. And that's that retail fucks with their risk models because retail is irrational. So retail has an advantage as well. 1.5 T was traded. 1.5 billion? It's not trillion. RC selling did not cause anything to stop. It did. It caused a massive sell-off in retail options positions, which is exactly how a gamma squeeze dies. If Rev ends above 10, I think it's time to abuse my liver for others' enjoyment once again. Fuck. Carl. Saucy. Reasonable to stay in Bobby through Wednesday for Opex possibilities? Absolutely. And then reposition for, you know, September 2nd when forced settlement is due. But to not reposition, to like hold like $45 calls that you bought when the stock was trading at 30, that's just dumb. It's big fucking dumb. If there's an announcement on Bobby, do you think it gets back to 20? It could. Provided that announcement is bullish. Is there any reason not to sell CCs at 0.46? Well, it's Opex, and BBBY is a basket stock. So yeah, I wouldn't sell covered calls right now on the T+1 day. What is worse is if BBBY does run, people will be coming in here like, I told you so, and they basically got pumped on BBBY to begin with here. Thanks for trying to keep people level. Yeah, I'm trying to tell people that, you know, they're buying into a lot of bullshit in order to cope with the fact that the stock's not doing what they want them to do, what they want it to do. And that's dangerous and loses people a lot of fucking money, historically speaking. Retail is a wild card. It's true. Does RC need to file the 14D, the Form 144? Has he ever filed one for GME? He hasn't, but he would have to file one. That's on Ryan being on the board of Dragonfly with Larry. He's been on the board since like January, hasn't he? GME crossing EMAs is a sign of it going down? On what time frame? What about the 35C you bought when it was trading at 20 and 16? I sold them. What do you mean, what about them? I didn't fucking keep them. They went up and then I sold them. That's what you do. Fubo hitting 5.5, $6 in the next 2 days? I have no idea. It'd be cool if it does. I'm in it for the long haul. I bought some exposure to Opex, but I don't know if it'll be realized or not. I'm holding 1.7k Bobby shares. Why don't you just tell me your cost basis? Down 1.2k. Should I hold? I mean, it doesn't sound like you're down very much. Should I hold until September 2nd or cut my losses this week? Any input is appreciated. I mean, if you're positioned well and you're not incurring a massive loss right now, there's no reason to sell, right? If you're not positioned well and you've incurred a massive loss, you probably should have repositioned. I mean, the time to discuss it is already over. You've held through the part where the stock dropped, right? It's already underwater. Is there risk of you going even more underwater? Of course. If we had similar conditions for past Opex settlements, this year, most of our Opex settlements have been met with rising borrow rates, at least during the run up. It's hard to say. GME is more liquid now. This would be the first Opex after the split. So I don't know how much weight the borrow rate carries going into this. Remember that, we ran on Opex several times last year with a borrow rate that was at a static 0.75% for almost the entirety of the year. So make of it what you will, I guess. They'll always turn to ETFs for liquidity before going to the lending pool, though. So unless there's an issue with ETF liquidity, I would expect them to utilize that liquidity before using real short positions or borrowed short positions. AMC is a textbook case of that. The company should have gone under months ago, but retail stupidity is keeping the company afloat. That would never have happened if an institution was the long side. Yeah. Hey, Garrick, I'm new here. Will you hold my hand while I pout and say that I have an unfair disadvantage in the market because I can't accept the choices I made as an adult? It's trolls, too. I know. Have you sold any spy puts? Oh, yeah, I've been taking profits all the way down. For a while, that position was kind of underwater, so yeah, I've been taking profits. So talking about repositioning BBBY, I have 35 September 19s at 800. Should I be wildly averaging down and sell on an IV spike, or roll down to closer to in the money? It's up to you. I mean, if you think there'll be a sufficient IV spike, IV on BBBY is already really, really high. If GameStop wants to do a merger, don't they need to vote? Probably. FFIE as a short-term FTD play. Based off of what? Would it end up on Reg Show or something? FFIE. It's got kind of a big float. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really like penny stocks very much. I generally avoid them. Rev CTB increasing. That's a good sign. Do you think SPY will go lower? It could. A lot of that's going to depend on the macro news going into like the Jackson Hole Symposium the end of this week. The next really big deal will be the September Fed meeting. OPEC hints tightening output, oil and gas green candles. Ooh, that's not good. Are taxes awful on your gains? Do you always set aside 50% for taxes or something? No. I pay them quarterly. They're not that bad. I mean, they're a chunk, right? You pay short-term capital gains, but it's not the worst thing in the world. If you trade SPX, you get a tax preference. It's like 60-40 short-term, long-term, I think. Does it make me a shill that I laugh at my own loss for it instead of blaming others? No. Maybe why Hopium and what if questions are same like DRS, what if my broker deletes my shares from months ago? I mean, not similar, but yeah, not really. I think retail understands that, BMG. What's the penalty if you don't pay quarterly taxes and wait until end of year? I have no idea. I just have an accountant that files quarterly. Short-term capital gains same like regular income tax? Yeah. if you're like single, pretty much. Been on reg show for the last week, I think. Interesting. Interesting. They just file your taxes for you? That's weird. That's on CEI. I hate it. Are there any tax incentives for me to get my Series 7 and just start a fund with my family and invest their money? Yeah, you don't need a Series 7 to start like a family office. You could just create like an LLC or an S corp. Short-term state tax is different. Yeah, it is. It depends on the state though. Some states have no short-term capital gains tax. Like New Hampshire, Texas, Florida, some other ones. Thoughts on CBOE nano options? They're fine. What are your thoughts on DTE windows for selling Tesla calls puts? Weeklies 30. I usually sell my Tesla calls like 14 to 30 DTE. When I sell them. Sometimes I'll go a little bit further out if the run's kind of crazy. Looks like my state is 3.07. There you go. It's called a tax easy broker. It's pretty common in Germany and Austria. They immediately deduct capital gains tax from my profits, also offset them with my losses, and then file. Oh, that must be awesome. Yeah, and in the US, when you go to file your taxes, they don't just have like a statement of what you owe. They make you guess. Right? So you're like, you know, the IRS here is kind of like, I don't know, what do you think you owe us? And then if you get it wrong, they fine you. No, I really don't like that company that much. Fastbender's carrot soup. A bunch of people have brought it up to me. I don't like it. Just remember, if it does run, like, people that were in before it IPO'd will just sell out and kill the run. That's on Dole. Seems suspiciously low market cap. Why? Do you think pineapples are a bigger industry? Thanks, mass spectrometer. If you pay 110% of PY tax due to your estimates, no penalties for underpayment. With the popcorn stock being down 40% today, I had to go look up their subreddit. Most of it is really sad and delusional, but one post actually states the AMC is trading at $21 today, explaining that they're adding the stock price together with the ape ticker price. Oh, Jesus. Will you be entering any more Opex positions today? I don't think so. I think I'm good for today. Maybe tomorrow I'll buy more. Once I start to confirm a move. Thesis proportion. How do you start formulating? Are you talking about like amount of capital you plan to deploy in a position? I don't really do math on that. I just buy what I want. It's been a long time since I've been in a position where like usually no more than 10% of my total portfolio per position, Brewski. Why get into cat? I mean, I've been trading cat for a long time at this point. I'm very confident in like the trend that it's mostly found over time. It's very stable. It's not wildly volatile. So it presents a lot of good opportunity to cash in on what tend to be like very stable upside and downside moves. I think that's what you're asking, although I'm not really sure. Neither of your questions make sense. I'm just trying to be nice. I have Forex September 35 calls at an average of 725. Do you think it's worth adding 200 now to double down and try to get back more money during Opex? You know, generally speaking, throwing good money after money you've already lost is a losing proposition. If no Opex, will Jimmy likely stay flat or move down more? It'd probably move down a little more. No problem, frat technician. How much of success with Jimmy is based on his public perception? You know, I really think you guys misconstrue the value of retail shareholders in GME. Honestly, if anything, they probably hurt the long-term valuation of the company more than they help it. If I were Cohen, I would do everything in my power to get them the fuck off of the stocks that I buy into. Real talk, what percentage of your port is GME, roughly? It varies, obviously, based on GME's price, but it fluctuates anywhere between like 60, 64%. More along the lines of what are you looking at prior to entering into a position on a certain stock or company? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really talk about that. You got to figure out your own way to identify potential plays. Trying to use mine is not going to help you. um, which is probably the best advice I can offer you on the subject. I mean, think about it. Like, they follow your stock around with their crazy conspiracy theories. They fucking run in and try to DRS all the shares of the company that you're buying into. I mean, it's just, none of it's good, right? They just create volatility and illiquidity in their wake everywhere they go, which is exactly the kind of thing that, like, disincentivizes the type of investors that you want to come in on your big investments, right? Like BlackRock and Vanguard look at that shit and they're like, we'll just keep it in ETFs. Like, they're not going to go long on that, right? They're like, they don't want to go long on risk. So you either milk retail like Adam Aaron, right? Or you don't want them anywhere near you. Why so many hit pieces on Cohen? To ruin his public perception. Guys like Buffett and Icahn are dangerous for market participants, right? I don't know how high Fubo is going to go. I think roughly $10 to $12, maybe 15 in the next 2 years. If you're in the public eye, you're always on a knife's edge, especially if you market yourself as a public savior, which is unfair because I wouldn't say Cohen has done that specifically. He hasn't. You always thank your investors in your fucking calls. Companies do that all the time. That's not uncommon at all, Zanti. Or you do what Cohen actually does and milk retail while also actively trying to get them off the stock by doing things like the share offering that looks really good to institutions. Yeah. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. Institutions also like things like forward statements and, you know, an indication of where the business is going to go. And RC coming from, you know, that like running a private company like Chewy to running public companies, there seems to be a bit of a an issue with his philosophy. You know, you look at like other activist investors like Carl Icahn, right? Or, you know, corporate raiders or whatever you want to call them. And they're very vocal. They're very public. They're good at building up that bullish sentiment, right? And Cohen kind of doesn't do that, right? He's not good at getting the word out there and really communicating with the shareholders. And I don't know if that's just, you know, something he needs to work on because he's not used to participating in, you know, so much in the public eye. I know he's a very private guy. But that's really a huge part of being that kind of investor. They don't want public investors. They want big institutional investors. DRSing just creates volatility. Big institutional investors do not like volatility. Look at GameStop's current like institutional shareholding. It's all ETFs. So the bare minimum amount of shareholding required to track the index, and that's it. But there's no like longs on GME. It's not like JP Morgan is long GME or BlackRock is long GME or Vanguard is long. Like they have a shareholding in their ETFs that they have to have in order to track the index that their ETF tracks. And then that's it. They don't fucking want any more of the stock other than that. And that's a problem. That's what, you know, that high volatility does is it makes them disinterested and becoming long-term, not only shareholders, but backers. Right. You know, that's where, you know, credit lines and capital investment come from is these big institutions. And without that, you can't grow. So if you want growth, you need them behind you. I mean, that's the point of being a publicly traded company is to get access to that big institutional capital. I agree that you can't let too much information out. That's fair, but you still need to give guidance. You can give guidance And that requires finesse, right? But you can give guidance without giving away too much information, right? Like Elon doesn't actually say anything, and he's constantly giving guidance. Will we ever see you become an activist investor? Not in my current net worth. What if Cohen doesn't want to be in the eye of the storm? Then he shouldn't put himself there. Yeah, I don't think Morgan Stanley went long rev for the fundamentals popcorn trader. They might have bought some of their debt and they, you know, or something like that, but I can see them going long if the price is lower. Yeah, that too. It is expensive. I disagree. I think Cohen's poop tweets are excellent forward statements to the state of the company and valuation models that we base our predictions on. Here at Bank of Nigeria, tweets are the fastest way to send relevant information to our knowledge institutions. I know you don't take any stock in Cohen's tweets, but I do find it interesting he hasn't made a quippy comment since selling BBBY. I think that might be the most bearish signal of all. If he'd said some smart ass thing or, you know, posted penis pictures or shit or something like that, then I'd be like, okay, you know, he's just doing his thing. But the radio silence is unusual. Did Cohen put himself there, or did Roaring Kitty's success put Cohen under the retail microscope? You know, I honestly don't think Cohen bought into GME assuming he was going to trigger like a full-on short squeeze, like a full-on squeeze, right? Like nobody could have predicted the enormity of that event. And yeah, I mean that put him under the microscope, right? Probably in a place that he never intended to be. Like I think he saw value in GameStop and bought in, but I don't think he bought into like and his buy-in inevitably did trigger that price action, but I don't think he really saw that happening, at least not to that degree. I think he thought he would buy in, it would run up, they could release some shares, you know, get some cash on hand, clear up some debt, and then, you know, run a company. Fubo breaking out a bit. Oh, that's cool. Hey, look at that. Doing stuff. I like stuff. I like it when the stocks I buy do things. Of course I didn't make any stupid tweets. I've been too busy pushing the sell button. How about this? Once I'm done offloading these bags, I'll shoot out a tweet with that picture of Michael Jackson dropping that baby. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. I appreciate it for letting us know. He may not have intended, but how did he not see the inevitable spotlight playing Bobby? I think he did with Bobby. I think he knew that it would draw attention. I think he positioned for that. I think he should have sold immediately after buying in, but he didn't. So he ended up selling much lower than he could have. But I guess he did okay. And then it really wouldn't have been such a question, right? But I think he did initially acquire Bobby in order to make changes. I don't know if he realized those changes or not. You know, it's very possible that the board that was there prior to his initial purchase was not in agreement with him, right? I mean, he only was able to get 3 of the 10 board members. And so, you know, he was still, the majority of the board is still, you know, the same people that decided to use $1 billion to buy back shares, right? Like those weren't people with the company's best interests in mind. And that's a challenge to overcome. And maybe he couldn't, you know. I mean, it's a very realistic scenario that you have to think about, is that, you know, maybe the change that he sought to affect there was not going to happen, and so he got out. That happens with activist investing. You can't always get what you want. Are the current prices for Rev too high now to capture movement this week? Not necessarily. Do you think it will drop some? Probably not until the middle of the week. How is this chat like GME Meltdown? That's just realistic. Can you summarize again why selling off baby division would be absurdly bearish? Maybe why Discord Copium is now, it would still cause a squeeze in the short term. Not necessarily. I mean, it could cause price movement. Absolutely. Like, it could cause volatility, but ultimately it's bad for the business. I think they're just hoping something happens to put volatility pressure on outstanding obligations generated over the last week, which is reasonable. Is APRN breaking up? Could be. It looks like it's an Opex stock, like one of the basket stocks. I'm not a big fan of it, but it looks decent. I don't need to explain their pre-market 8K. Desperation to retain share price? You scroll up on the GME position? Yeah. Why wouldn't RC have doubled down at 5? I don't think it would have given him any more board control, honestly. I think his lack of doubling down was really the first like indicator we should have taken that, you know, he was not interested maybe in the play anymore, right? Like, he wasn't committing to it at $5, where he could have, you know, doubled his position and brought his cost basis down massively for very, very little money. Which makes me think like he's planned for a while at selling when the price ran. I don't think it's a squeeze play D-pipe. I think it's like an Opex stock. It might run a little bit, but maybe not a lot. And I'm not a big fan of it. Working with RC to clear debt. 24 hours later, RC sells entire position. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't RC's sale of his shares trigger a recall of shares that need to be sold, thus first creating, then relieving some short pressure? Disclose, I only have BBY CSPs. I mean, I don't care if you're bullish on Bobby or bearish on Bobby. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is people are realistic about the scenario. If RC lent out his shares and then sold them, it would trigger a recall. But it's very likely that that recall was already seen on the days he sold, right? It would be an immediate recall. So, you know, a forced settlement of those shares sold short. If he doubled down, the short swing rule would have definitely applied. Yeah. But right, like he didn't subject himself to that. So, I mean, I feel like that's kind of telling in a way. I mean, at least it skews my bias a little more bearish. Why did he buy GME? Because he got, you know, $34 of value at, what was his fucking cost basis? His post-split cost basis is like fucking nothing. Do you have a price target and exit strategy for Jimmy? Like $100 a share in 3 to 5 years. I mean, if it takes that long to hit $100 a share, I'll probably start to set up some kind of exit strategy. I can't imagine selling very much of it ever, really. I mean, covered calls remain far more profitable than the sale of the actual underlying shares. As long as volatility on GME and interest in it remain high and he's able to continue generating that interest in the stock, then I'm very happy to just keep holding it forever, frankly. I mean, I'll probably set some exit strategy in the future, but right now I don't really need one as far as long-term holding goes. I think I'm about 6 months, roughly, depending on how many Opex cycles we experience from getting my cost basis below zero. For some of you, obviously that could take a bit longer, but you know, it's an option. And then once I'm there, I don't really need to sell shares if I'm generating income, right? The Bobby hype is too far-fetched and crazy for me. While some of the ideas may work, there's no backing to any of them. I reopened 2x Jan 35s in case it goes crazy, but in my mind, it won't. That's fair. I mean, I'm keeping my leaps open purely because they're still in the money, and I couldn't have sold them in after hours. If RC had announced a sale at like 350 the prior day, I would have sold everything. But they were already down, right? So like what, IV is gonna crush out of them a little bit? Not even much. I mean, the delta's super high on that strike. So as long as they don't, like, the price of the stock doesn't move into my risk range, then, you know, I'll continue to hold those leaps and see what happens. And I feel like it's more than enough exposure. In hindsight, with these things about RC BBBY, it seems pretty telling his intention to bail. What can we learn about trying to spot these things before it happens again? I mean, you can take what you learned from these things and try to apply that. I mean, they're not always necessarily true, though. Like he could have doubled down all the way up to his cost basis. It wasn't really until it broke his cost basis that it started to seem highly unlikely that he would. So which one's a better buy, AMC or BBBY? I mean, still BBBY, but you think it's possible that BBY's epic run was in fact the recall before RC sold? That final push could have been, yeah. The majority of the run was because shorts allowed call options to be underpriced. And with those short positions broke down, market makers began to hedge the massive amount of out of the money call options, which drove price up, right? And it was exactly what we talked about for months and months, and it finally occurred, right? And then, yeah, the last final big push in price may have been a recall of RC shares. But also, you know, the hedging of those huge amounts of out of the money calls. Yeah, they hired a firm for restructuring and bankruptcy. GME kind of looks like it wants to break out too. This opinions express table age like milk. It's called RC Ventures. The guy's an entrepreneur, builder through and through. No mere trader. I didn't say he traded it. I think he couldn't affect what he desired to, and he left. That's not trading, right? Selling out of a losing position above your cost basis is a win, even if you're a venture capitalist. I smell a few FOFOM. I smell another Opex run. The only thing we need is Guy Brushstrokes Freedom. Sure, here. Above 10 and Rev starts to get really crazy. For a very volatile stock, is it better to sell a Straddle or a Strangle? I've been selling Tesla Strangles and trying to understand if I'm thinking about this incorrectly. I probably wouldn't sell a Strangle on a very volatile stock. At least not naked. Buying a straddle is generally more profitable on something that's very volatile or has large price swings. Did you acquire most of your GME shares through exercising? Yes. Remember when people were excited about the NFT marketplace? I do. Still bearish on AMC? Yeah, it's still a big pile of shit. Now it's just two piles of shit. When Rev Gen 35's hedged? Well, there's no shares to hedge them, Dork. Those calls are naked as fuck. Do you think the possible that the GME split is a direct response to the DRS movement in order to keep it liquid? I think to some degree, yes. Not entirely though. I really do think that, you know, he's had top level execs in there for over a year who are massively underwater on their cost basis, and he needs to free up some equity for them to take some income. Right, like and they've been working solidly over a year now for nothing, right? And so, at some point, and by splitting via dividend, you ensure that unvested shares are also split. And that means that there's no disadvantage, and they also get a tax advantage for any post split shares that they sell. You can't just not pay people for that long, right? Like, they'll leave. Talent will leave if they don't get paid. Sold all my BBY shares Monday and the Friday before. Yes, I missed out on more profits, but being greedy and holding too long is a lesson I've learned over and over, so I bailed. I mean, to be fair, had you held through all of the price action, you might have ended up with leaving in a worse position than you did. I don't think he'll bail on GME. Not really the same. Any update on the dark pool percentage for Revlon today? I didn't look at it, but it's usually in like the high, like 60%. Let me take a look. Perception up. Yeah, 68.5 right now. Does breakout just mean go up or down? Yeah. I always assume when you say breakout, I think 100% is incoming. So I gonna rally until the end of the week now? It could. I think there's some kind of bearish economic data potentially towards the end of the week, but generally the SPY does pretty well for Opex. Now that SLD is over, and the settlement period begins, you usually see a bit of a turnaround. So I'm looking for that turnaround to reposition on. Rowing machine's okay. I've been using it a bit more lately. So Opex is gonna be the first Opex post split, right? Yeah. So the days that Rev had over 100 million volume, the FTDs were cleared. No, interestingly, because Rev is failing at such a high rate, they probably generated as many FTDs as they cleared. So when your fail to volume ratio reaches like a certain threshold, every like say your fail to volume ratio is like 30%, or I mean Rev has hit 125%, which theoretically shouldn't be possible. But let's say the more restrictive high end instead of just the max, which is about 70%. That means that every unit of volume traded is failing 0.3 to 0.7 units of volume, right? So if you have 100 million volume in a day, you're failing 30 million to 70 million of that volume. So even if you clear, 50 million FTDs with this volume, you've generated, more FTDs. And then the more interest that comes in, the higher the fail to volume ratio goes, right? And the higher it gets, the more it compounds. So you get into a position where Rev is now, where you're failing more to cover a fail. You're failing more than it takes to cover it, right? Because to cover a fail, you need to trade, at least 2 units of volume to cover one fail, right? And then 0.8 of that is failing. If that makes sense. And so, you clear one FTD, but create another one. Is Bobby in a descending channel on the 5 minutes? Opex pop Wednesday. Not hopium. I just want to know. I don't know how many obligations are left over on Bobby. That's why I'm not like super bullish on its like Opex potential, because it ran so fucking hard that, ideally they would have covered any outstanding obligations while it was going into the run instead of trying to carry them into the run to de-risk. But they may not have. They may have been fully prepared to drop the price into Opex. And so we'll just have to see. I'm watching Rev. It's right here on the screen. What do you look for in a rowing machine? I didn't look for anything specific. I just bought like the most recommended one. A Rev $9 CSP is a good play. It's a really good return. Like the premiums are very, very good. So you don't expect more downs from the SPY? Would it be better to sell now in this dip and reposition, or wait on possible bearish news this week? I think it'd be good to have stops set. I mean, I still have some open short position on the SPY. I just have stops on it, right? If it bounces up, I'll stop out and then reposition. Selling calls on a highly volatile stock like GME isn't as profitable as swing trading it. It's pretty close. I mean, obviously, that's because of the capital deployment. But, one could argue that you could use like verticals to affect even greater profits than you would off of just covered calls with less capital outlay. So yeah, it could be just as profitable or more profitable than swinging it. I mean, I do both, so it's doesn't matter, but nice, Sambiar. Congratulations. Once you reach retirement level tendies, that's not like a thing for me. It's not like a goal. How would they break a cycle? You have to squeeze. That's how you break it. You need liquidity generation. And really in Revlon's case, it could keep squeezing over and over and over again until some real liquidity is released from the company. But yeah, I mean, if you can get if they can drive the price up to a level where the company will release shares and clear their debt, then that solves the issue, right? But yeah, only theoretically only a squeeze can end that compounding. Look how hard GME had to move for them, and GME wasn't even failing at the same ratios. It was failing at lower ratios than Revlon is. Not to say anything bad about GME, obviously. GME has a much bigger float, so for it to fail at the ratios it was failing at was insane. I mean, it's not a SS wet dream infinity squeeze, right? Because, I mean, the company will, at a certain price point, release liquidity and pay off their debt, right? Yeah, I could tell you how many XRT puts were closed Friday. I should have that information today. So XRT had 20% of its puts closed Friday, totaling about 47,000. I mean, his shares aren't with ComputerShare; they're in his holding company. Generally, they reach out to a facilitator, a broker, like Jefferies or JP Morgan, and they go, you know, I have this many shares, and then JP Morgan gives them, like, comes back with like an estimate of what average price they can get for the share sales. And then if, you know, JP Morgan can net better, they get an additional commission on whatever better price they're able to get while selling those shares. Kind of the same deal as like when a company releases equity, you know, like they'll go to like Jefferies, and Jefferies will be like, yeah, we think we can get you 217 a share, and then the company agrees, and then you know, if Jefferies beats that estimate by like $3 or $4 a share, they gain an additional commission on top of that higher rate. You basically trade things like GME vertical spreads in the background while streaming when you're bored? Or is it like an active thing that you try for? I mean, I'm always trading stuff all day. I have like, I don't know, like 34 active positions right now in different stocks. Like right now I have SPXX calls, I have VIX calls, I have SPX puts, I have SPY puts, I have SQQQ calls, I have Fubo shares and calls, I have GME calls and shares, I have BBBY calls, I have Visa puts, I have Revlon shares and calls. I have positions in BTU that I kind of sell covered calls against. I'm trying to average into a position in Oxy. Uh, I have AMD that like covered calls that I'm managing. So yeah, I mean, I have like a bunch of shit going on at any given time. I have, you know, covered calls on like Amazon that are open right now. Oh, what else? I have more, but they're like less actively managed. But yeah, I mean, I have shit all over the place. The level of uncertainty in the air. This Opex has the potential to be a big one. Maybe. No, I think Ron Perlman would want to release liquidity, reducing his ownership stake, but maintaining it. I think he thinks the company that he's bought is far more valuable than the current trading price, obviously, or he would have sold. I don't think he bails on his position, though. He's held it for a long fucking time. And if it does run and can maintain an elevated price, that brings up the value of his holdings company dramatically and opens him up to be able to recapitalize. He's very incentivized, I think, to allow Revlon to run quite a bit. It amazes me how much you can manage while streaming. It's not that hard. Most of it, just has like stops and you don't really have to watch it anymore. How do you manage your position and stream for us at the same time? I have 2 monitors. I really do need to get another one, though. I have another one, actually. I just need to set it up, which I haven't done. Perlman, not Perlman. You don't believe the reports that he wants to retire? No. I'll tell you why. Because guys like that never retire. Because if you're out of the game, you're dead. Any good day trading stocks? Yeah. But are you asking me to give you good day trading stocks? No, it doesn't work like that. You have to go find them. If you can't find stocks to day trade, you shouldn't be day trading. Can I have good day trading stocks, please? Most of us are here just to make enough to retire, but you're telling us when we get to that level, we're dead when we retire? I don't know. I guess it depends on how much you like doing this. Sure, people are going to make enough to retire, but guys like that who amass fortunes and power, they have no desire to quit. Because at the end of it all, that's all they have. Right? Their lives are pretty meaningless without that. Believe me, it's like it's kind of my goal. Thanks, Dominic. What's up, man? September 80 is super cheap right now. Smart to jump in and play the Opex window. September 80s. They're pretty low, Vega. They're not terrible. You could. They're decently delta insensitive. So yeah, it's not the worst. You need a lot of them though. Yeah, but then his daughter's just gonna run it, right? I cannot find the day or trade tickers. Help. I could I mean I don't know, I could never imagine doing anything else with my time. Like I know it seems insane to people, but I love trading stocks and finding value and doing this. And like I've kind of brought you guys along for the ride in a weird way, but I never want to stop doing this, no matter how much money I make. And it's not even the money. Like the profits are cool and that's great. It's finding what others don't see, right? That's what the value in it. Yeah, I know. It's the gambling. You'll continue to do this? Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would change is like the more money I have, the bigger the scope, right? It's the being right and being able to say, I told you so. I mean, that is priceless. And we can take a look at BBBY. Is it? I feel like it stopped doing exciting things earlier in the day. Yeah. Remember, we don't talk about BBBY when it's under $10. That rule still applies. It's the world's hardest puzzle, and trying to find ways to win is the ultimate satisfaction. Yeah. I don't know if I'll stream forever, but I'm streaming for now. So. I mean, I'd be doing this anyway. Like the exact thing that I'm doing now, I would be doing with or without the stream. I just have no one to talk to. Does it make sense to buy Rev now in case of a squeeze, or best to wait? Up to you, man. That's you gotta do your research and determine if that's a risk that you're willing to take. Thanks, Bullish, on Houston's second intro. Would you consider making a video, paid or otherwise, on the process you use for identifying stocks? No? I think I can sum it up pretty easily, too. I think you need to find a way to do that for yourself. I don't think using my strategy for finding stocks is going to benefit you, Sliv. I really believe that that's like something that you need to figure out on your own. And I think that this environment is really good for figuring that out, but you need to figure it out on your own. So I simply try to foster an environment where that kind of learning is maybe expedited. But I'm not gonna be like, this is exactly how I find stocks, and because that's not a fixed thing. I find stocks on for various different reasons. and there's too much nuance, right, to really give you a definitive way to do it. And if I did, I'd be on like shortchanging you, because you would think you found something to rely on, and it changes every day. It's never the same. So you simply need to immerse yourself in and absorb as much information as you can, and then use that information to determine what your trades are going to be. I think I speak for everyone in here when I say that being able to do what you do every day, rather than have to go into an office or log into virtual meetings, yeah, I can't imagine that anymore. But the folks in here, you're preaching to the choir. I love this shit. It's like a fun puzzle with money as the prize. Yeah. I might one day, Segan. I've thought about it. Without the stream, who would buy your covered calls? Excellent question. What if we're all a figment of your imagination? That's fine. Would you call BB Boy cheap now or overpriced? I think a little overpriced at 9. Yeah, I mean, they didn't clear any debt or anything with this recent run, right? So. Just give us a proper goodbye before you stop. I'll consider it. Are you still gonna be stopped out of Bobby if it goes below 950 today? I think if it drops below 932, yeah, roughly. I adjusted the stop down a little bit in expectation for like a drop in volatility. Oh, just shat the bed. Okay. In terms of probability, when do you roughly think Rev has the highest likelihood of squeezing? When the most obligations exist? Or the most interest comes into the stock? Yeah, it's pretty random. The best you can do is have exposure, which I've gotten. I'd rather ghost you and sleep. That's awesome. Well, everyone in here is going to want to dance if the market crashes because we're really in a recession. They should remember that every 1% rise in unemployment leads to 0.83% rise in suicides. So dark, dork. But yes, we know. We've all seen the movie. I did it briefly, and it was the best job on earth. That's pretty awesome. I'm really close to biting the bullet and starting my own. I have some interested parties. That's fair. It's a lot of work. It changes things. And it's not necessarily worth it. Hey Greg, glad you're feeling better. I just want to thank you for all you do. The education you provide is invaluable. Thanks, Leonidas. What if we were a Fig Newton of your imagination? Totally possible. Like the stream, you degens. Thank you so much, Goring Kitty. Stocks are the best video game ever with your bank account as the high score. Pickle, 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 Riku. Glad you're feeling better. My brain is my retirement plan. Nice, man. It is the best video game. Any thoughts on rentability of buying protective put? You can do that. I mean, if you need to do that on every position, though, are you really entering at the best time? I mean, yeah, if you're inexperienced, I could see shelling out the money for like the protection, right? The insurance, but you ideally you want to place yourself in a position better than that you don't need that extra insurance. And then if you do need it or you're want to capture upside moves but you don't plan on selling, then there's opportunity for that, but that's different. Where can I find DD on Rev for your bull case? I'd like to learn more. I made a video about it. You can go hang out in the Revlon Discord channel on the Discord. Is the spread of Rev Jan 2023 at the 12 and 13 strike because it's very illiquid? Yes. No, I don't think the $12 and $13 calls are PCO. I think it's just 8. What's the play with Fubo 50s? Oh, just IV spike. Good entry for GME exposure. It's decent. And IV's still remaining pretty elevated, but it's not terrible. How hard did Fubo run for Opex back when it did? It ran pretty hard. I mean, back when it ran on Opexes, it had nice fat runs. Like July was, or like May through July was really good. August was decent. It ran a little bit in September, so it has some correlation, but it's not strict. November was pretty good, up to like 35 before it fell down. Ran a little bit in Feb,
during that like ETF FTD period. March was kind of lackluster. I think it ran like from 6 to 8, but interest was dying off in the stock massively through this period. So now that, you know, they have some direction and things are looking a little bit better for them, I expect ownership to increase. I think we're going to start to see a lot more institutional interest in the stock. And as that picks up, I expect the stock will rise back up to levels that it previously traded at. What was actually really interesting about Fubo is it ran more back here, back when GME was still kind of like stagnant. During these Opex periods back in like 2020, 2019. And I think with a revitalized interest in the stock and increased volatility, those cycles will start to make themselves apparent again. I felt confident we would touch 850. Now, not so sure. I mean, it hit 858 this morning. I would not be short. Like I said last week, I don't really want to be short on Tesla after Friday. And definitely not after midday today. Nope. This is my thoughts on finding plays. Everyone in the world has knowledge about something, and pretty much everything can be traded to make money. Just leverage that knowledge in the markets. Yeah. There is no better place to capitalize on useless information. I'm trying to be less annoying. Am I doing it right? So far, so good. I made a Rev hype video in the Pigeon Whale channel. I'll check it out. Is it a good time to buy GME calls for OPEC settlement? Last Friday would have been a little bit better, but it's not. It's like the opportunity isn't gone yet to get exposure. Would you say that learning when and how to exit takes more experience and more difficult than learning when to enter a trade? Yes. I would also say it requires more discipline. I've scalped it a few times. I know what you mean. How many automated trading algorithms based on Pigeon Whale chat do you think the big funds have developed? Or is it just like an algorithm that chugs a bottle of wine when the stocks go down? If Rev runs more for Opex during the next 2 days, will you exit your leaps and reposition? Yeah. Yeah, I'll take profits. I've taken quite a lot of profits on Revlon already. I'll keep taking them as the opportunities become available. I have shares if it just squeezes out of the blue, right? Thoughts on puts on APRN after the Opex run? Is it worth it? I guess you could. I don't think the run's over, so I'd wait. I'd wait quite a while. You let me 25 million so I can invest it into BBBY. Do you expect the SPY to fill that gap back up? Oh, from this morning? Isn't it filled already? This one at 420? Not necessarily. I thought it filled here, but it didn't. Yeah, I don't know. It may not fill it. There's 3 really big gaps to the downside too. Don't forget that we may see filled first. I mean, at some point in time, yeah, that gap might get filled, but it doesn't necessarily have to be soon. I would say if we're going to see upside, it'll probably be into the middle end of this week. Like Wednesday to Friday. Ooh, wheat's doing a thing. People are starting to get a little more bullish on wheat. Like it. What's Rev's book value roughly? It's like negative $4 a share or something. Yeah, I've looked into Beyond. I don't like the company very much. Fubo 550 contracts? Oh, I just bought those for Opex exposure. They're kind of shitty now, but we'll see if it runs. Is Opex over? No, we're not even on T+2 yet. I mean, the expiration happened, but the settlement period just started today. Rev is just, it's jacking me harder than I jacked myself when I first discovered masturbating. Vivid. Very vivid, Carl. You should think about becoming an author. Thoughts on GME Opex so far? Seems fine to me. IV priced up. It hasn't been pricing down very much, given that we're trading completely flat on fairly low volume. I'm thinking about this morning. I think retail's biggest equalizer with institutions is its access to information through the internet, not just our stupidity. Yeah, I mean, that helps. They have access to the same information. They have better market data. We have a better grasp of sentiment than they do, though. Thank you, Mr. Gold. I appreciate that. Exit only. Welcome to Cornishan. Thank you so much. You know, I added the lipstick emoji. to the YouTube. It's been a while since I've added an emoji, but I added one. The internet just made the stupidity travel faster. If I'm looking to get assigned on Fubo CSPs, what expiration date should I be looking at? If you're trying to get assigned, you generally want short-dated CSPs. And you want them at or slightly in the money. Realistically, any information on companies can be found by us. Yeah, the retail trader has never been more advantaged and simultaneously disadvantaged in the market before. After the split, generally. Yeah, it's sold off, but you don't know how hard it'll run into the split. And it's Opex, and Tesla generally has some bullish momentum during Opex. The One God, thank you so much for coming to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the
Flip stonk.
the moon, man. Racks to the 5-10 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
You added a new emoji without adding any of the ones I set up for you months ago. What are you talking about? Oh. Well, there was like a thing on the Revlon channel, and then Trash sent me the lipstick, and I added it. I'll do the ones that you sent me. Didn't I do some of them already? Dude, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornishon. Hold on, who is it? Who's it gonna get gifted to? Did you guys turn on gifting? Someone come get this free membership. Click the thing. Click the gift. Oh, this gift is failing to deliver. Well, whoever you are, when you get it, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Euros can't activate gift reception? Lame. Everyone's already a member. There it is. It went to Chris Reardon. Welcome aboard, Chris. Chris is so cool right now. Guys, I just locked the gift float. It's like when Burry recalled his shares. Slippers, thank you so much for coming to Zillionaire. I appreciate it, man. DM me on the Discord and I'll get you all set up after the stream.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Happy Pigeon Whale-versary, Gurk. Just a question that's been bugging me, and I'm not sure you've addressed. Are you still bullish on all your long predictions that you continue to hold despite small movements in price? Yes. Yes, I remain bullish on all the things that I own and have not yet sold. Mach 49, beautiful, beautiful. Mike Budzinski and Shiban X, welcome to Zillionaire, guys. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Gert.
Win Wall Street bets, DD. Is it high enough? Close. Almost there. It's got to close above, right? The Opex window is T+2 from Friday. So today, tomorrow, Wednesday. In case Rev gets delisted, would it be smart to load up on $1 puts? I'm not really sure that you would profit from that. Do you still have the other Cornichon new member greeting? I don't know. I thought I only had one. Nope, all my AMC's gone, Vorname. If a company was being delisted, CSPs would be the way to go, right? No, because you just get assigned on them. Is there an upper resistance you'd open more puts at? 417? 417.90 and 418.60 are the two like re-entry positions I'm looking at. Finally got in an Opex. Jimmy calls on time. Even with today's action, I'm up about 15%. It sure makes it easier when your money isn't slowly dripping down the drain. Nice. Can you please explain this bullishness on positions you hold? I'm only used to holding positions after any upside potential has been killed by a cheeky billionaire. No, I sold all my AMC. I got my Cash App account unlocked like 2 weeks ago when they announced Ape, and I sold all the AMC because there was never a world where I was gonna own that shit dilution stock. He's probably just scalping shares, Big Weenus. Big Wheeler, Cenas Wheeler. Can you talk a little bit about how you're screened for stocks and what data points get your pickles hard? Could you break down WOOF as you show the data points which you find relevant? Ugh. I kind of want to tell you no. But we could take a look at Woof. I don't know what it is. It sounds terrible. No, well, I can't pull up TradingView, so it doesn't matter. Piece of shit. Is that working? There we go. It's called Woof. Oh god, it's Petco. Well, it looks like it got rejected here on the daily off of the EMA 90. Pulling back maybe to the 30. It looks like, I mean, it's in like an uptrend. If it holds that, yeah, that's kind of bullish from this low point. Earnings seem to be decent. Not the tiniest float. Insiders are selling. I mean, that's not good news. Taking a bit of hit on the... I took a bit of a hit into quarter one. They reaffirmed their outlook. But consumer spending is down. Decent revenues. It's trading at about double its book. Looks like they're investing a bit into growth. Not terrible. Like, what's your window on this? If you're investing for like Q1 next year, Q2 next year, I can see some improvement. Once consumer confidence is up a little bit, I could see this moving back, you know, like into the $20, $22 range. I don't like it. It's not like a sector I'd actively want to invest in, but, or a company I'd want to invest in. Are we at the point in the recession where we're fattening up our pets? Who's the guy who makes songs? Well, we have several. We have several different musical artists. Ooh, 80 likes and 1.7k viewers. Where are them likes at? I don't think we have 80 likes. I think you just need to refresh your stream. Yeah, we have like 800 likes, which could arguably be higher, but whatever. It's on track for a sufficient number by the end of the day, right? Can you please tell SPX to fail its daily low vol? Thanks in advance. I think it's gonna drop down into that like 1386 range that I was talking about. This is it. This is higher. Whoa. What the fuck? There it is. Just a heads up. Great entry on Fubo. Thanks. I know. Oh, you got one? Good job. What's your price target for Fubo if it gets an Opex pop? I don't know if it will, but if it did, maybe like a retest at 8. Was the SPY dip gonna hurt Opex? Generally, no. Can you do Rick? I just inherited a bunch from my Grammy. What an honor to her memory. Chasing a stock that's already ran up massively and failed its peak. Looks like it's gonna pull back down to like low 69 range, maybe even back to like 66. Yeah, the peak looks like it's failed here. I would expect some downside. Maybe I don't really know much about the company, but maybe like target like 65-ish for a DCA. Or start considering DCing around 65. Yeah, I've got the house. I went out there yesterday briefly to just go make sure everything was like locked up. We got any new juicy info about Rev this week? No. Is the house in solid shape? Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It hasn't been remodeled in some time. Like I think the last time it was remodeled was like 2003. So, but it's pretty up to date. I mean, it's got like a nice kitchen and stuff. It's got a ridiculous stove that I would kind of want to go use. It has like a La Cornu oven, like oven's like range, I guess. Can you use that stove? It's yours. I will. No, it's called. I don't really know that much about like appliance brands, but it's called La Cornu. It's like a very over the top, ridiculous stove. Super high end French ranges. Yeah, it's got like expensive appliances and shit, which I don't actually feel like are covered in the contract, but they're there. So plus you can add homeowner to your Tinder bio. I don't want to meet those kinds of girls. What blue chip stocks do you sell CCs on? Amazon, Google, Tesla. You take possession of the home, you take possession of anything inside. It doesn't need to be in the contract. Interesting. My house came with ghosts. You lucked out. Can we get analysis on the SPY for the rest of the week? 410 seems likely. I think it can bounce. I think we'll see a bounce. Remember, like SLD finalized this morning, so there's still a little bit of negative sentiment, but yeah, I think it can bounce back up to like 418, 417, 418. And I'm going to try to reposition on the short side there, hopefully before the Jackson's Hole information starts to come out. What do you put in as your job on your profile? Poultry plucker? When do you start building your long-term SPY put position? I rolled a couple out to October today on this drop. I still have a couple that I'm in and I'm waiting on. Seriously, do you use like self-employed or something? Like for my taxes? Because if you're asking about my Tinder, it literally says poultry plucker. Mr. Ko-Fi. Late to the stream. Has Jimmy performed like this on Mondays of previous Opex weeks? Yes. How do you think we're looking going into tomorrow and Wednesday? Fine. We haven't dropped massively, so that's a good sign. Pheasant plucker? Hey, I nearly got a mention on stream. I'll take it. Nope, you got a mention on stream, pheasant plucker. $0.08 away from being stopped out on Bobby. But it bounced. Yeah, we're still in it, boys. Now, if it gets rejected again, yeah, it's over. I'm okay with that. Up 110% on my SPY 428p. Thanks for your knowledge, man. I haven't been able to progress this much anywhere else. No problem, dude. Congratulations. Oh, they make announcements and they have public seminars and all kinds of shit. It's just 3 days of the Fed running their mouths. With the SPY teetering on another leg down, doesn't it incentivize people from covering Opex in case they get extra liquidity from active funds selling off if we see a downturn in the SPY? Sure. When it comes to finding things in your new house, just quote out loud finders keepers and it's officially yours. All right. Are you getting calls on the SPY for the bounce off resistance? I might, but it just slipped resistance, I think. As long as I have these in the right spot. Yeah, it just slipped resistance. Next downside resistance at 411. Right there. Oh. 412.13. Roughly. Could actually be just a touch higher. 412.28. Yeah, that looks good. 412.28 was the next downside resistance. So unless it finds stability and pulls back onto this, this looks like 412. What did I just say? 412.28. Piece of shit. Jimmy priced down 5% from where I bought my calls. They're still green. Am I becoming a better trader? Or is this some form of witchcraft? It's just witchcraft. How much is the house worth? Like the appraised value? 2.65. Yes, $2.65,000. How much did you loan him? 250 grand. I'm sure that there's going to be legal proceedings following this. Is he still your friend? He's still in rehab. I haven't talked to him. I can't get in touch with him. Apparently they took away his like cell phone, and then he's been moved to like I went out there to try to talk to him. And then they moved him to some other location. I waited there for like 6 hours, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, he's not here." Just curious what you find to be a great indication to start screening the stock harder when finding the new Rev, GME, etc. Woof was one I just felt had a lot of insider institutional holding. Yeah, I mean it doesn't look bad. That's fine. I mean, Rev I kind of just stumbled across, right? GME obviously was largely due to like DFV's posts on the subject back then, and then my continued involvement in it. But yeah, Rev kind of we just stumbled across. I was just like looking at FTD data, and I was like, wow, this is super compelling. Found an ad on Craigslist for a bull. Some nice overweight couple wants me to come hang out with them for the night. What are some positive bullish things I should drop to impress them? Your pants, I would imagine. That's why they want you there. It's purely sexual, B-Diz. Don't be fooled. Yeah, you're probably gonna get sued about that. I'm assuming, right? Like he's gonna try to make a claim that he couldn't pay because he was in rehab. But I mean, the contract didn't make any allowances for that. So specifically stated that there were no deferrals. Like there's yeah. I don't know. My lawyer says he's fucked, which kind of feels shitty. I mean, I just wanted my money back. It's a sad story. It's really not. I mean, it's not like it's gonna bankrupt him. No, just because the value of the house is literally 10 times of the initial thing. I don't see a lot of pawn shops going out of business. Yeah, but he signed the contract before he went to rehab. The lawyer also told you to keep tight-lipped on this. I know he did because I am him. That sounds like bullshit. I offer you a firm handshake for the house. Take it or take it. Nah. Does he own other properties? Yeah, several. He didn't go to rehab for drugs. He went to rehab because he's a degenerate gambler and he took out 10 million in loans against his fucking trust fund. Doing this. Oh, we don't want to look at the spy anymore. Fine. One of us. We all wish we had trust funds. I'm your attorney, I can prove it. Remember how you tried to sign paperwork with a cadet blue colored Sharpie? Then I said you couldn't use that for a legal document and you grabbed a highlighter? Vaguely. Is this friend Moonwin? No. You guys don't have trusts. Periwinkle? Okay, that confirms everything. Yeah, he's more involved than I am. Honestly, like. But he said I'm covered, so we'll see. I don't trust my funds. I have the Roma match on, and there's a player on the opposing team named Pickle. It's not me. I like to live dangerously. I've been known to get a box of 10 KFC biscuits and eat them in one sitting with no beverage. But do you put the honey and the butter on them? What percentage is Rev failing right now? We don't know because we don't have the FTD report for today. Can't raw dog a biscuit? So just learned that BB terminal data can basically be found on the internet for free. It just takes more time. Yeah, for the most part. Also, it usually won't be as up to date. I sit near Carl with a beverage while he gags down 10 biscuits. There's more parts to it than that, Sahib. I'm a little bit better today. I'm starting to get tired though. I still have a fever, but it's way down. Was your Bobby after hour sale a limit order? Yeah. You have to use limit orders in after hours. There's no market orders. Did your price target change for Jimmy Opex if it slips $32 resistance today? Sure. Or lower, right? Probably drop down to like 40, 42. It's funny how the market went from a 1-month bear rally to absolutely tanking on basically no new information. I mean, the information was already there. It just decided to run against all logic while they shorted the absolute fuck out of the VIX. What are the disadvantages of doing a synthetic long on Bobby? Leverage downside on a potentially bankrupt company? Voluptuous? That sounds like FUD, Squamsk. Maybe. I don't think I've sold it all yet. I'm very close to getting stopped out on it, though. Yeah, not yet. I almost got stopped out here. I think, yeah, pretty close. But IV's dropping off, so I might get stopped out anyway, even at like a slightly higher price. Why don't people understand that RC was like 95% of the Bobby play? He wasn't. He was just 95% of the play after the short position broke down. So initially, the whole play was about RC, right? Like RC buying in. And then, as the price of the stock got tanked and the massive put gamma walls got thrown up, it became all about the extreme out of the money call positions, right? So when this broke down, that this run was all about this. Now that RC sold, though, there's nothing out here. The Rev moving up. I think Jamie's mostly just tracking with the market here. A little bit better open, but other than that, it seems pretty boring. All right. Curious. Nope. Why does it seem like there's no proper hedging on Rev? Because there's no shares. What are they going to hedge with? Yeah, there's still FTDs, but it makes a difference because everyone sold off with him. Like 70% of the FOI gone, right? Now, if people had listened and held all their calls and not sold off, it would have been a different story. But that wasn't going to happen, ever. Retail is far too flighty. I just bought 45,000 Rev shares. The price did nothing. But yes, it did. Also, no, you didn't. Someone bought 2,000 Rev shares. Oh, wait, no, that's Jamie. Hold on. Ooh, they're doing big shorts. What time was your order executed at? They're doing shortings. Jesus Christ, you guys react so dramatically to like 2 red candles. $155. What was it? 155.43? It's an OTC order for 19,000 shares. And if you really bought 45,000 shares, you might have just triggered a short. Something's going on here. A lot of volume. They filled in various blocks. Is it filled? Like it says filled? Yeah, it could be split up. Is MM hedging from in the money put leaps? Oh, okay. 45,000 shares is a chunk. It's what? 1%, 1.5% of the shares outstanding? Or the float, rather. The free float. %, I guess. Does he just affect the underlying? I think so. Look at all the FTDs they just made. Yeah. And if you're telling the truth and this is the reaction to that large of a buy-in, that's actually kind of awesome. Is there a way to do it that is best worst, not from an entry, but from an impact perspective? You'd probably want to enter very slowly. A little bit at a time and not all at once. Proof or ban? I can just check like time and sales later. If you're looking to buy some at the money leaps, would you buy now or wait for IV to run down? I'd probably wait for IV to drop. This is something else though. Oh, this is a big deal. Wait, what was the news? 1 hour ago? 9 minutes ago? Revlon says no official equity committee is needed in Chapter 11. There's no need for an official equity committee meeting. Holders committee in its Chapter 11 reorganization. Revlon in a court filing said Sunday, it appears unlikely that shareholders will receive much, if anything, in its bankruptcy, and therefore an official equity committee isn't warranted. It's pointed out that some creditors, typically a group ranking higher than shareholders in bankruptcies, have securities currently trading at steeply discounted prices, another sign that equity could end up with nothing. Revlon also said Hertz Global Holdings had no official shareholder committee on its bankruptcy, yet it paid out roughly $1 billion in equity value. An ad hoc group of minority Revlon stockholders has said an official committee should be formed, pointing to a stock price that has risen since the June bankruptcy. Revlon said majority shareholders can represent the minority group's interests. This is just nothing. Cheap prices, though. I'm about this. If this hits $1, I'm gonna buy so fucking much of it. Let's fucking go. That's just a short on nothing, I think. Yeah, I kind of agree. That was too fast. Can you summarize? Revlon said that the equity committee is bullshit. Shareholders will likely receive no value from the bankruptcy. But they also said that Hertz paid out like $1 billion in equity value during their bankruptcy. So they said that their minority interests will be represented by majority shareholders. So they basically told like the little shareholders to get fucked. Perlman wants his buy-in cheap, yeah. What IV on Rev is probably rising. Fucking now I want. God damn it. Ooh. Rev dead now? No, why? I mean, the play was never for the fucking equity handout from the bankruptcy anyway. Basically, it said when they pay off the debt, shareholders will be the last to the table, as everyone should have known. It's saying that secured creditors eat first. Yeah. If Ronaldo Promanos buys to take Rev private, what would that do for call holders? I mean, it would squeeze the stock first, right? That was the announcement was 9 minutes ago. Is this selling gonna help cover FTDs? Who said it's selling? You know there's like big underwater shorts in Revlon, right? Have you guys like not looked at the chart? Did you see what happened like a month, like a little over a month ago? Back in June? They fucking drove the price down to $1. This is a short, like a dip before the rip. This is like desperate short positions. They generated an obscene amount of FTDs doing this. I mean, let it on halt and see what happens first. The whole bankruptcy thing is pointless, right? Since the goal here is to sell in a Perlman buying infinity FTDs, resultant chance of a high squeeze. Yeah, also the fact that like the bankruptcy may not even go through, but yeah, I might see Jan 35s under $1 after all. I'm excited. Unhalted. Vup song. So many fails. This is exciting. Well, it's either going to 0 or it's not, but I'm going to bring my cost basis down one way or another. I gotta fill it $1? Seriously? Called it again. Ivy shot from 149 to 5. What news is driving this? They told the like shareholder equity committee to get fucked. Until we know the company is not going bankrupt, the company is still going through bankruptcy. Seriously, this is an incredibly risky play. Do not expect to get rich from this. Yeah, we keep telling people, but I don't think anyone's paying attention. Like, I don't think people understand that it can just go to 0. I don't want to talk about it. I don't think this is even news. It's not really. Don't need an equity committee when the shorts can't outrun obligations longer than Rev can stay solvent. Rev can stay solvent for a while, too. How are they shorting again? They can just buy in the money puts. They can use the market maker shorting even if there's no ETFs. Is the market reacting hard, or is this just from all the in-the-money puts that came in 9 minutes ago? Yeah, fuck it, I'll try to buy. Just see if I can buy 100 shares at 5. have to do it on a different account. I'm just gonna put. I'm gonna do 100 at 5, 500 at 3, and 5,000 at $1. Yeah, I mean, don't forget that I'm also playing this entirely with profits that I've already made off of this play. At $1, I'm tempted to buy the shares, the free float, honestly. I can't do that. I'd have to sell a lot of stuff, but the temptation's there. I got filled on the 5s, I think. I'm not getting filled on the 3s or the $1. Level up and buy the float. Could Perlman actually buy in right now? I mean, he could at any time. I'm not buying puts. I just bought shares. I gotta fill on 100 shares at 5. I have an open order for 500 at $3 and 1,000 or 5,000 at $1. Surely they just killed Gex for tomorrow? I don't know about that. Yeah, I got 100 shares at $5 filled. Give it a second, see if it prints. I'm waiting. The order hasn't settled yet, so I don't know if it's gone through or not. It shows that it says filled, but it doesn't show the shares in my account. Let me refresh. It's still not showing the shares in my account. What the fuck? It's also in the 35s is 0.46. They're cheap right now. Still no shares. What the fuck? VIX climbing? Oh, nice. So MM saying there's a 46% chance that Rev does 5x by Jan. That's what they're pricing in, at least. I don't know. I still don't have any shares. It still says filled, but I don't have any shares. Do my share buying actually cause this? Maybe to some degree. Rev held the larger trend. Yeah. It was me again. I looked at my BBY wins and went into Rev with my remaining capital. I just want my 100 shares. Teaching me not to FOMO is the difference between buying Rev at 6 instead of 9. It matters. Tomorrow's the highest FTD date. Hold on. You know what? I gotta call my brokerage real quick. 1 second. No, not calling BlackRock. I was just trying to figure out why my order was showing filled. They're gonna discount the shares and give them to me, but they filled on a canceled order supposedly. Your broker can't see when you nod your head on the phone. I know, that's why I speak simultaneously. Which brokerage? Schwab. Did Rev Jan 25 just become 35s become cheap? Briefly. Seems generous them to fill in an order price below any market print. They said they're gonna discount the fill. I mean, it's what, $43. I have like 400 grand in my Schwab account, so they can kiss my ass a little bit. That's fine. Rev green for end of day? Maybe. I hope not. I have a lot of like SPX capital that's tied up right now that I would love to use to buy in at these prices. I don't know if the opportunity will last though. You're holding spy puts or taking profits today? I have stops set. I'll probably take most of my profits before close. You know why I feel like it was kind of bullshit? Because everything else dropped too, right? Like, it's not the news when the whole basket drops. Well, GME at least dropped. JWN. That dropped a little. Oh, yeah, look, like, Rod got hammered. Interesting. Oh. No, Macy's didn't get touched, but J&W got hit a little bit. Oh, what did Express do? Now, it's their version of hammered. Apple tanks. You see in different lows. Give it like 15 minutes, it might update. Right now I'm showing 562, which is what Schwab just said. $562 TDA, ATP. Okay, yeah. Check DMs. Oh, okay. Okay, I saw your 19,000 order in the NBBO. That 19,000 fill. All right. Yes, Saman is not lying. He smashed that bid with that ask. Slapped that ask. $9. He bought at $9. DDS, Fossil, and me all dropped as well. DDS has about the same liquidity as. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this isn't fucking specific to Revlon, right? This is a short, like a basket short. They're gonna cover something. Get me on the phone with Perelman. Thank you so much for causing the price to tank. I bought more to help you recover your cost basis. How kind of you, Velociraptor. True activist investor. Saman down $80,000, but you bought 5 more shares. Why do you have $65 GME calls? Isn't that a bit out of the money? They are out of the money. That's the point. Shares sim like puts. Dude, honestly, I think it'll just close back up like pretty close to your cost basis. It's good to see if there's a correlation across the basket stocks, right? Because that tells us that something is like, especially when you get like a piece of news like that, where they're like, oh, this is why it's being shorted, but then like fucking 10 other stocks are simultaneously being shorted, right? It's a good way of deciphering if something is bullshit or not. Ooh, the shorting has me feeling some type of way, right? Rev was, well, it got removed from the ETFs on 7/30, July 30th. It was no longer in any ETFs. Check IWM, look at volume around the time of that double halt. Why did Rev take a nosedive? We're digging into it. Supposedly because of their, some document they put through to the court. Ooh, interesting. That might be a little early. Well, no, that's what, 223? That could be redemption. But Revlon shouldn't be in there. That's like right around the time of the reversal. I think what you'd be looking for with Revlon is this. Or maybe this is what you're referring to with the volume earlier. Like this volume right here. That's a shitload of volume. It's hard to tell with IWM though, because it's so big. It's like using the spy for creation. It's like you just wouldn't even fucking notice. Are you locked and loaded for Opex? I think so. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my positioning. Just got news my girlfriend full ported into Rev. Dope. Filing that court would also make sense if they aren't planning on going through with bankruptcy. Yeah. Chapter 11's interesting. It's not like Chapter 7 or 13, right? It's not like a, this is fucking the game over. Remember, when they're dumping shares, someone's buying, right? This is how like big longs load up. Guys like Merrill, B of A, JPM. That's how they load up. It was us. Do you think if I call my broker, they'll reverse my trade? If it's at the same price, maybe. But you could just reverse it yourself, right? Fucking double down. Well, not double down, but a lot more. Damn, Saman. Fucking balls deep on Rev. I'll give it to you. I hope that helps you average down that fucking drop. Nice, true state. He bought another 20K at 7. Saman's and so am I. Tomorrow's the biggest FTD date for Rev, yeah. Yeah, what the fuck was that, right, Dork? Feels very short and distorty. Critical margin reached. I mean, that news is bullshit, right? It's a court filing that was public information on, like, over the weekend. And they're just reporting it now. And it basically says nothing that was unexpected, followed by, like, this massive rundown that happened across the entire basket. Dark pool volume on Rev must be at like 75 today. I don't think it's that high. It was 68% earlier. Let me look. I'll tell you what it is. 62.7 right now. I can't stop buying shares of dying companies. Rev is not in the basket. Is it not? You said at $10 the entire float of Revlon is spoken for via options. How far out are those calls? $2.70 or 62 cents. Yeah. Rev's traded volume, it's decently high today. Saman has never pulled the rug on me. That was like some old school GME shorting. Yeah, I like it. Don't you guys miss those days? It's like down $10, up 15, down 20. What's the DN on Bobby today? I have no idea. Was the Rev thesis changed at all? No. Why? Did we hit SSR? Yeah, big time. We were down like 30%. We double halted. Was I supposed to buy this dip? Because I did. It's a nice dip. I love the notion that a stock could fall 30% with no filing when one dude owns 90% of the float. It's pretty awesome, actually. Jesus Christ. Fubo thesis long term. I wrote it up last night in the Billionaire channel. BMG, what did you say? Did you get censored? So I was either disgustingly wealthy or a complete degenerate, regarded, or all three combined. Either way, welcome to the pickle, and Godspeed, you fucking idiot. I mean, I'm not gonna say I didn't buy any 35Cs on that dip, because I bought some 35Cs. Not that many puts shed. Opex still looks pretty weak for Jimmy. I think we'll see price improvement, but probably not a ton. That wasn't supposed to say regarded, but you know what I meant. Yes, I do. I'm ashamed to ask if this is the makeup company or some other company. Revlon is the makeup company. Makeup and beauty products. So you're saying tomorrow is the biggest FTD day for Rev. It'll be on SSR, so they can't short the downtick. And Rev isn't an ETF, so they can't use creation to short. Rev is Jimmy's hot younger sister. It's pretty hot right now, I'm not gonna lie. Imagine it closes with a 500 million market cap too, just to icing on the cake. I feel alive. Thank God, Carl. Not really the same play, right? Like, I wouldn't sell my stable investment in a debt-free business that's investing heavily into growth to buy a bankrupt makeup company. Cost bar rapidly rising on Revlon. You fucking know it. Do you think Perlman's words make you more bullish on Rev long or bearish or neutral? I actually think the company could turn its shit around. Like if they could pull themselves up by the bootstraps, clear some of this debt on a nice squeeze, I probably wouldn't mind owning some into the future. Their revenue's decent. I mean, people buy their shit. They could definitely use, some better exposure to the younger markets, but I mean, they're like one of Walmart's like prime distributors, which is a big deal. And the Estee Lauder brand, I mean, is still popular at like Bloomingdale's and I don't know. I'm not a woman. I can't say I've ever bought a moisturizer in my life, but I'm sure someone uses it. Elizabeth Arden, that's it. I don't know any woman who does not use their 8-hour cream. Okay. Is it Arden or Estee Lauder is the one that wanted to buy them out, right?
Pickle, 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 pickle. It is up in your face, chase, buy it up.
I don't need to moisturize, hella. I'm naturally Mediterranean. Reb's Jimmy is an insanely hot but psychotic cousin who's either going to stab you or give you the absolute time of your life. Either way, you'll have the best story for the boys after it's over. How the fuck did the stock make a 20% drop? My call stayed green the entire time. I'll be holding on to these bad boys forever. Wonder what OI is like for Jam 35s now? We'll know tomorrow. We're going either bankrupt or to the moon. There's literally no in between. Yeah. Revlon is a high-end drugstore brand. Do not kid yourselves. However, it would do well during a recession because it's the best of the drugstore brands. But natural beauty, they don't have that market. Yeah, they're a little underexposed to the more, well, the newer trends and beauty products. But I think that's something that they were trying to address before COVID hit. And then obviously they've been saddled with the burden of their debt ever since. Congratulations, Game Start. You're selling your $20 SPXX calls before close if they go in the money? Probably, yeah. I just got in. Did Rev drop news? News dropped, and then someone shorted the fuck out of it. They could cover tomorrow's FTDs under volume now, right? No? What do you mean? Off the volume today? Sure, but they'll just generate more. Is there actually a second person that brings 40k in chat too? Too late to add VIX positions? No. Not as good as it was, but not too late. Does PMI reports typically have a big effect on the market? Any predictions for tomorrow's? Thanks. It can have some impact. What PMI is tomorrow, though? I know we had PMI flash data today. I don't think we... Oh, no, is that tomorrow? Is the flash data tomorrow? I think the forecasts are for, like, an improvement. Right? Or, well, they were. I think, like, composite and manufacturing were supposed to go up, and then, like, global services was supposed to come down, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm not holding SPY 410s overnight, Detective Dan. Bazinga's literally put out 4 negative stories fomenting Revlon in the last 60 minutes. Really? That's fucking crazy. You telling me that Adam, the pantsless Baron, Aaron lied to us about our ape? AMC and ape now both trading under the cost of a movie ticket. Calls same like ripped stub and parking lot. Similar, yeah. Did you see what just happened with Revlon gaff? Check Discord DMs. You have to enable penny stock trading, but it's not a penny stock. That's weird. It's trading at like 750. Please, guys, I can't get any more bullish, please. I've already replaced my underpants twice today. Yeah, that's what sent AMC shares diving 40%. What I love is that the original plan for this channel post MOASS was to turn into a beauty channel, and now here we are, giving up on MOASS, but we still have the beauty channel. So they just filed an announcement that Revlon, or well, Dow Jones News, our favorite short and distort news outlet, posted an article, it was like almost an hour ago now, that Revlon had filed a form with the court saying that they didn't see a necessity for an equity, like an equity meeting for shareholders. And so then we halted 2 times down and everyone bought the dip. Very exciting. Could you do a makeup drugstore haul video? I don't even know what that means. I am not. I used to give my wife so much grief for all these makeup YouTubers she watches and wastes money on. Now I'm hiding in my office all day watching a makeup YouTuber, and I can't look her in the eyes when I come out. Beautiful. That's what we're gonna do. Let's start mods. Start reaching out to beauty streamers and see if we can get, like, you know, throw some financial information their way. Talk to them about Revlon. Done. I need to be on top of it, Carl. Kudos to all involved in this channel. Visuals, music, hat wearing, educating, commenting, danning. World class. Thank you all. Thank you, Svensken. Generating Twitch copy pastas now. Rude Stamp, welcome to Cornishon. It'd be fun for both audiences as well. All those 18-year-old girls want a YOLO on Jan 35Cs. It affects everyone, okay? It's 0.35 delta. Yeah, but how many were sold on the dip? The volume doesn't tell you how much OI was opened. Power hour, let's have it. All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
See you guys on the moon. Don't start talking about moons, all right? I'd be perfectly happy with, you know, upper stratosphere. I love the gamification of this channel. I'm deep in the money on all my puts. Me too. But yeah, I'm considering closing some into the end of today. Like a pretty big chunk of them. Just bought an Apple Straddle. Okay. Yeah, iPhones might catalyze some movement. At first, I bought a video game company that was going bankrupt. Then I bought a towel company going bankrupt. Now I buy a lipstick company going bankrupt. But I will never buy AMC. Here, here. Where can you find dark pool info on a stock? What are you looking for? Just like trade volume? What stock? I'll give it to you. Otherwise, you have to pay for it. Bar charts, I think, has it after close. 13.44 million traded on Revlon. You want to know the dark pool volume? It was like 62%. I just looked at it. 61.6%. It's dropping a bit. Delta on Rev 35 just went from 3.5 to 3.7. It was 4.6 on the drop. Gurk, say hi to Katie. I had head every time you played the power hour sign, so it would say the in-laws are in the car. She gave me a look, but no head. Sorry, Mike Miho. I set up a stop loss and a limit buy order to get in deeper if they pull this dipping game again. Could we get someone to buy 45,000 shares of Fubo? Why? And institutions are already buying up Fubo. I wouldn't worry about it. Can you speak on a free ride violation? As I understand it, you can't buy and sell shares on the same day, even with settled funds. No. A free ride means that you've bought before the other trade has finalized, right? So you're buying with unsettled funds. Oh, I don't give a shit. Ryan Cohen, GMETF. Rev just being volatile? Oh, was it work? No, like some news came out and then it double halted down and now it's rising again. You bought and sold same day with, yeah, bought and sold same day with unsettled funds. Oh no, the look in the car is priceless. You're welcome, Mike. What do you think about calls going in tomorrow? For what? Why is everyone needs to stop buying and selling with money they don't have, and then I don't have to answer these fucking questions that don't apply to me. Any indicators for this run for the remainder of the week? Rev seems all over the place. I know, I'm stoked. Rev already back to $8. You said you might exit some puts. I'm thinking the same. 430p 916 up 100%. However, I think there's more downside. Is a trailing stop the best way to protect my gains if it corrects back? Here's the problem, is if the SPY corrects back overnight, it could open at like 420 tomorrow. And you won't get stopped out because it's a call and it's overnight. Can I buy and sell with money you don't have? That seems safer. When's Jimmy's next big run up or downturn? Tomorrow, maybe? How do existing puts work when a share offering happens? Do they increase by the drop value? They don't dilute. They don't change what their representation remains unchanged. How far of a drive from Midtown is your new pad? It takes a while. With traffic, it's like fucking almost 2 hours. Is anybody shares sold by institutions last quarter become FTDs that we don't know about yet? Sure. What price does Rev clear all its debt with a share offering or have cash on hand? Like $90? They have like 5.4 billion in debt. Can I come by? I mean, Renee, if you want to, but like I'm not gonna be there. You think pushing down the price again will push up S&P? I mean, UVXY doesn't have any effect on the index. I was managing my position manually. I had to leave for an hour. Came back and shit my pants, finding Rev down 30% with no stops. Really happy we rode back so quickly. What do you think that kind of quick rise means? Bullish? Super fucking bullish. It's still going up. All that shorting for nothing. Like, fucking shorts are already underwater. Yeah, I have a car. You're gonna have serial killer freezers at your new place? I don't have serial killer freezers. They're full of ice cream novelties. They're a no, they still look like serial killer freezers. I can't help it. They're stainless steel and very large, so they look creepy. But really, they're full of childlike whimsy. Is that what broke the elevator? No. Choco tacos just don't taste good, alright? Yeah, that is what's creepy. Oh. I don't have any SpongeBob pops. Those are gross. I have strawberry shortcake, chocolate eclair, cookies and cream, king cones, Hershey's ice cream sandwiches, vanilla, Neapolitan, and chocolate. I have Trader Joe's ice cream sandwiches. I have various flavors of mochi, green tea, strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, red bean. I have ice cream Snickers. There's more. Oh, I have Italian ices. I have various flavors of gelato. I don't have diabetes. Actually, my blood glucose levels are quite normal. Thanks for asking. Toasted almond, good humor? No, I can't find those anywhere. I wish. I have Haagen-Dazs bars with the almonds on them. I have cookies and cookie dough, like the Ben and Jerry's cookie dough bars. No, they never get freezer burnt because they're like high-end commercial freezers. And they don't have a lot of temperature fluctuations. I mean, I also have like frozen food in there, like different things. Yeah, I have gelato and sorbet. Listen, ice cream was really hard to come by during the pandemic. And I was alone. So fuck all of you, all right? Who's your meat guy? I have two. There's like a butcher place I go to down the block that's decent but like overpriced. And I'll go to Costco too. You're the reason it was hard to come by. I wasn't gonna take any chances. I went like 3 months without any ice cream novelties at the beginning of the pandemic because they were sold out everywhere. And then I decided to make moves to ensure that I would never have that problem again. Did you ever eat a Costco pizza? No. That's gross. Cold Stone or Baskin Robbins? I mean, they both suck, but Cold Stone. What's like chips right now? I can't buy Cheetos to save my life. That sounds terrible. Best New York pizza. I've been over this. I like Scars, La Industry, and Prince Street. Those are my three favorite. I can tolerate the slandering of dogs. Will you take that back about Costco pizza? I didn't even say anything bad about it. Did you move because Shaws of Bergen County started filming? Or do you have a trophy Persian girlfriend? No. I would personally like to thank the purveyors of crime for that beautiful rev rip. Hey, look, yeah, nothing changed. I didn't move. I'm still in the same place. I have a house now, Gaff. We can have barbecues. Or whatever people do in the suburbs. What do they do? Barbecues? Is that a thing? No, it's not in Jersey. I mean, it is, but it's not, right? So you know where it is. Eyes wide shut parties. I'm not moving out of the city to the burbs. Don't worry. I would never. Did you say earlier that Rev FTDs are pretty high tomorrow too? Yes. Tomorrow's the highest day for the near term. Revlon swings wildly as traders play bankruptcy angles. Did you tell them it was us? No. Ravanka just doesn't care. Digging fresh clams? Like in the mud? I'm not gonna do that. That's disgusting. Could this be covering for tomorrow's FTDs? Why not for today's, the second highest day of FTDs? I'm not moving there. I'm gonna sell the fucking thing and keep living where I live. Dear Rebecca, thank you for propping up my Jan $20 Bobby bags. Sincerely yours. Thank you so much, Starch Monk. What's your ROI on the house play? It wasn't in Pickle's picks. What kind of nothing burger news do you think they'll use for tomorrow's FTDs? I don't know. Stay tuned and find out. Thoughts on GME lack of price action today and how this sets up Opex? We'll see. I think we're gonna have negative gamma again today. So I'm not a big fan of it, but IV's remaining high, so we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, very bullish on Rev still. Is Jimmy at risk of breaking the long-term trend on the daily? No, not really. It's already, like, it's just kind of, like, at the bottom of the trend, but it just hasn't bounced. Like, here, I'll just show you guys. See? It's just, like, right on the trend. Here, I'll bump this up to, like, an hour so you can see it a little better. So, I mean, it looks like it double bottomed here this morning. Honestly, looks like it's good setup for a turnaround, but we'll see. My problem is usually this period of shorting and reduction in implied volatility lasts much longer than 2 days. I missed the hedge opportunities, but I climbed out a deep hole for a modest win and gained the knowledge to play it better next time. Much appreciated. Thanks, Netflix and chill. I think it was a high for the first few days of November now. Like into November 3rd? Yeah. Are they massively underwater on those puts now? No, they're just break even, right? Because they bought the puts when the price was up here. And then they probably sold them off on this. I'm sure did 3 times the float on Rev today. I mean, if you go by the investor relations website, we traded 5 times the float today. I said they tried something with Rev, but it didn't work. Yeah. Trying to shake people. Shook me right into more calls. Yeah, it could have been an effort to create volume to clear FTDs. Right? Especially as we're approaching like the closing of CNS. Which happened right here. So big short before covering into the close of CNS. Generate some volume and clear them out. It's good to see desperation in the settlement of FTDs though. It's nice. And that's the rub. Yeah, is that they probably just created a bunch more FTDs. Having you crush the news FUD on Rev was super helpful. No problem. What do you think we will learn about how many FTDs were made by the massive short today on Rev? September 15th? Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing Revlon long. It's always a good week when CNS is discussed this much early on. Is it really, I mean, it really opens you up to being able to buy more Kava next week, right? I'm not sure who likes it more when you're right, me or you. The cult loves it, but does Girk love it more? Coin toss. Why are people buying 75 Cs on GME? It's a bit much. Anyone, any guesses on who the short institutions might be on Revlon? Citadel and Susquehanna. It's always them. Rev meme is FUD. Rev is a value play. You're going to Florida next week? Why? You like hanging out in swamps? Oh, never mind. You're from Jersey. You see BBY dropping? Seems like the $10 support is having trouble. No, the $10 support is strong, but it's weakening. Did you close most of your spy puts? Not yet. Soon, though. Very soon. An exciting day. Closing your 9/16s? Yeah. 9/16s and the August 26th I still have open. I'll leave a few to ride, but not many. I'm gonna mostly take profits. I'm up like 100 to 300% across most of the positions, so I think it's time to take profits. And then look for a re-entry. Today was the best day in a long time. Wait, last week fucking BBBY ran up like 400, 500%. Nailed the bottom of my SPY exit, tightening up stops on the PT, simple yet magic. Slowly clawing my way back out of holy color of Freg green. Appreciate your work. Thanks, Steely Dan. So break even from all the rolling? No, I hedged the upside. I'm up quite a bit. I rolled a lot, but I mean, mostly not at a loss because I was constantly buying calls for the upside moves. I'll have to add it all up, but it's definitely profitable. Not as much as I would have liked it to be. It still dropped from 430 to 412 though. Just had to stay liquid longer than the market could stay irrational. All right, yeah, that's fine. Those are cover calls being sold to us. Last update for the day on my AMC puts, currently up 170%, and still have 3 weeks of theta left. Spy puts paid off bigly. Love you, man. I'll be eating pineapple pizza in your honor tonight. Good for you, Twin Peak Townie. I hope you enjoy that so much. Sam, your least favorite pigeon whale. I mean, Moonwind was a pigeon whale once, so sorry. No, I don't think I'd eat a pickle pizza. Nice, A Spook. Ashbook? I don't know. Change the ding sound in Windows to a cash register closing for real stream effects. It's ass poke? You're entering puts on Spy ahead of Jackson Hole? Maybe. I want to see a little bit of a pullback before I buy more puts. I'm holding Jimmy calls until Wednesday. Yeah. End of Wednesday, even. The standard daily candle on Rev is probably one of the funniest things I've looked at in a while. What's it look like? Just like a little flat boy. And the Hank and Ashi candle looks the same way. Man, they really got it right back to that like 563 like spot, right? Fucking nailed that shit. Would it be better if Rev was in NASDAQ instead of NYSE? Maybe. What are the chances between possibly and we'll see that my $4 CSP on Fubo will be assigned? Your chances are okay. Friday, though? Friday expiration, right? Maybe not. I don't know. You might not get assigned. $405 right now. It's not up a ton. We think a possible price increase of Jimmy going into Wednesday. It's Opex, right? It's the F-Man Opex boy. Hey, Gherk, good entry to roll CC profits into more GME shares. Not sure if this is the bottom before an Opex run or if they will push harder tomorrow. Thanks. I mean, I seem to have a pretty hard time getting it below 34 today. Pre-market it hit 33. And that's probably the low. Yeah, 34.20 today. It's really stable at that price. So 34.50 is not terrible. You may not get assigned. Also, Gherk owns 60 Opex calls. I have more than 60. These are all for Opex. Well, these are very much for Opex. These are kind of for Opex, though. 90? For selling Opex GME CSPs, do you usually sell weeklies? No, I sell into the following Friday. So, like, if I were selling them today, I'd be selling into 9/2 expiration. You still think Ron wants Revlon to squeeze? I think it would be very, very good for him if it did. With a weekly 650 CSPs I sold get assigned. Maybe. What does that give you your buy-in price? What does that put you at? Those can't be worth that much, right? Ugh. So it gives you like $4. That's probably fine. At that point, though, why not just buy them at $4? That kind of confuses me. Why sell the CSP? Do you not? Are you planning just to not get assigned? Oh, okay. The problem with selling in the money puts is like your chances of assignment are pretty high. So you're very likely to end up with shares. Generally speaking. Especially if you like didn't sell at a good price. If you sold like closer to the bid, your chances of assignment might be kind of high. Does it mean anything if GME is red today? I don't think so. Jimmy was super red the day before May Opex. It was down 7%. Jimmy's down 5% today so far, right? 5.54. Rev's still a long-term player. Is tomorrow the last chance? And no way to know. I'm positioning for it to be a long-term play, but it could pop off at any time. Thoughts on Amazon 125 cc's end of week, or would you sell lower? End of week? I don't think Amazon's going to keep dropping into the end of the week necessarily. It already dropped 3% today. Are you trying to get assigned on them, or? I want to buy some options for Revlon, but I don't know how to choose the right best contract. Can anybody help? No. Took some decent profits on BBI. I want some exposure for end of the month. Thoughts on deep in the money January calls? Sure, I guess. It's one way to get exposure. Can we run into close, por favor? It looks like we're gonna try. Maybe. Buying a hedge for Rev overnight? No. There is no hedge for Rev. Either I lose everything I've put into it, or it goes to the moon. Rev is the hedge. I think you missed it because you were talking about delicious, delicious ice cream, but I upgraded to Dillionaire. Welcome aboard, Maeve Potter. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it. What price on Rev would you consider the moon? Like $15. But once it hits 15, it can go further. You know what I like about Rev is it's just chock full of future potential buyers. I didn't do all this for 15 bucks. Double your money? That doesn't sound so bad. More than double your money, right? No, it's I mean, that's a conservative estimate where price action could take it, but honestly, if it hit those levels, it could spark something much, much bigger. What's considered low IV on the GME options chain? Like 80 to 110 is the lower range. It very rarely ever gets as low as 80. I would say like high 90s to 110 is like the average low. So Rev Jan 35C is still lowest risk opportunity for exposure, unfortunately. You know what I like about Rev? It's just chock full of actual obligations that are being rolled forward instead of an assumed amount that can be faked in perpetuity. It's kind of cool that it's not in any ETFs, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we've got the one stock that just, they can't pull their bullshit game on, but they still shorted the fuck out of it. Need Rev to close green. It's unlikely. It could, though. Do you expect Tesla to pop tomorrow? I mean, I'm definitely not short Tesla tomorrow. I'm out of my Tesla puts and pretty much all of my SPY and SPX puts. What's your favorite Rev call option currently? I've been buying a lot of the $35 contract. I like it. Are tips from billionaires also useful for people who want to trade stock and no options? Sure. I mean, the only difference is leverage, right? Nothing else really changes. Don't forget Revlon's on SSR. I mean, I don't know how much that matters. SPY calls to hedge or just writing it down? I don't really have much left to hedge. It's probably not worth it. And if the SPY moves up, I don't expect it to move up like a lot. I guess I could get some, like, if it fell below 413, I'd be interested in those. I really don't want 414s. I guess I'll just... It doesn't feel super worthwhile, but whatever. So you're out of your SPY position for the most part, yeah. I don't think they're the best Rev play. I mean, obviously it's just a spicy, it's like a good contract. Why are you out of the SPY? Because I think it's going to pull back. And I wanted to maximize profits. Ricky Chan, thank you so much for... Richie Chan? Thank you so much for coming to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday,
As soon as the stream's over.
Yeah.
I mean, we're out of our... We're out of our SPY position. I don't know fuck all about your SPY position, Daniel Supreme Lipstick Magnet. I got on my SPY 930, 395s today, up by quite a bit, but wondering if you were buying back later after a rally. Yeah, I fully expect to reposition, buying out in like, I'm gonna buy out in like October and November, but I want to see a little bit of a pullback, maybe see what happens with the Fed stuff this weekend. What kind of pop do you think will come of being on Reg Show? Depends on if it's... You're talking about BBBY? Yeah, if it stays on Reg Show. Remember that it hasn't hit the forced settlement period, so they can still kick it off before the 13 days are up. Excited to hear your GME end of day thoughts. Just waiting for see what happens with Opex, right? You're getting out of your rev leaps after this week, FTDs? Yeah, I think so. Has Fubo always been an Opex stock? Sort of. It was very high volatility last year. It has some correlation with like the Opex cycles that go back to like that goes back to like 2018. But with renewed interest in the stock and them landing some new deals and stuff and getting ready to launch their like sports betting book, I think some of that interest may come back. So what do you mean by get out of your rev leaps? I might reposition after like Wednesday. I'm up a lot on them right now, so something to think about. Ding ding. And day's done. So mostly uneventful day for let's start, I guess we'll start with GameStop. Mostly uneventful day for GameStop, down about 5%. Mostly tracking with like the broader market. We saw a low of like 33 in the pre-market and then pretty much held a floor of 34.20 throughout the entire day. This doesn't look like a bad setup into potential covering tomorrow. I don't think there's any gap to the upside. No. But it looks okay. I would say maybe I would lower my price target a couple bucks just to match with the drop in price that we've seen. So maybe like target 40 conservatively. But other than that, it doesn't look like there's any problems with this. We'll see how pre-market volume looks tomorrow. That's usually very telling. BBBY kind of slumped down and dragged out into the end of the day. Not very impressive price action here. And then also a big sell-off in these $10 calls throughout the day. So we're starting to lose stability at this $10 support and resistance. This doesn't bode well, but Opex action over the next couple days may revitalize it a bit, and hopefully we'll bring in some more interest back into the $10 range. Revlon with that very interesting short, I don't even know what to call it, massive short towards the end of the day, very quickly recovering, only closing out the day down 3%. Going into after hours, it looks like it's kind of just chopping a bit. We don't actually know how many or how much like obligations would be due on this for Opex. We assume some because it was still on ETFs or still in ETFs at the time those obligations would have been created. So there may be some clearing that needs to be done here, but either way, tomorrow represents the highest FTD date for Revlon. For the 7/19, I believe, print. 1 second, let me double check that. Yeah, it was the 7/19 print, so we're expecting about 1.5 million FTDs due tomorrow. You know, that and then any possible Opex obligations that may also be due. What's up with Docu? Docu looks like it's doing some fun shit in after hours. It's exciting. News? Maybe? No, nothing new. Might be starting to see some Docu's been starting to track with the rest of the basket ever since like late January. We'll see. I have a like an Opex play on it out of the money. Trying to just time like an IV pump. I'm still not fully confident in its price movements for Opex. And then for the SPY, you know, drop down below like that 113 level. And then found support here at around 412.40, which is about 12 cents north of where I expected us to find support. I think this can pull back. I think it can pull back to like 416, maybe even all the way back to 418 over the next couple of days. This is why I closed out my SPY put position, because I think we'll see a little bit of a pullback before a further drop, which probably won't happen until next week, honestly. Docu shows no after hours excitement on TDA. Give it time. Anyway, that's about it for today. It was a pretty fun day. We'll see what happens tomorrow. 2 more days of potential Opex settlement left. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good one, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.